Why?
Wow.
Oh.
How
Blah, 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 blah,
I
blah.
is attorney. His attorney. Where did the thing? Let me just projector. Let's put that here. And I'll share with the Harriet. Well, there's kind of nothing on it right now. Whoosh. Alright. There should be music. I just put on a playlist of Ace Attorney music. Why is there like a thing at the bottom?
Man, that's nostalgic.
Yeah, isn't it? Why is there like a white line at the bottom? This is bothering me. What is this doing? What's the white line? It's just doing
It's just
this.
one of those things that bother.
It is. It's just Firefox doing this, I guess. Because if I remove Firefox, it also removes the white line. But it doesn't show up on my. Oh wait, it does. Why is that? Why is it doing that? Wait, no, don't. Not that. What is this? Can I just get rid of that? No, that's not it. There we go. I did it.
You did it.
No more line. Don't look at my my tabs. No. My bookmarks. Not allowed. It's a secret. Okay. So we did the entire series, except for the Professor Layton crossovers, but it's okay, they're not in that tier list. We don't have an easy way to stream those, so we're just ignoring those. And also, I never hear anyone talk about those, so I assume they're not that interesting.
I mean, there's also the accessibility issues,
that's
so
true.
like that probably.
Well, like the Spirit of Justice and Dual Destinies were both on the 3DS, and a lot of people played those. It's just not. Anyway, so I guess we should get started or something. Okay. Perfect. So what are we doing? We're ranking, or putting the tier list of all the cases in. I feel like 5 categories is probably good enough. You know, like the best. At the top is the best, the bottom is the worst, middle is like mediocre, and then, you know, it's 5-star system. One thing a couple things I wanna keep in mind. We're rating individual cases, but in the case of for some games try to have an overall story, and even if I don't necessarily try to like take that into account for the ranking, I'm still gonna talk about it. Another thing to keep in mind, like when I try to rate these, to me, like there's 2 like broad aspect of that makes a case good. One, there's the actual mechanics of the moida, the deductions you have to make, the logic. And 2, there's the characters, the drama, the story between them. Some cases have like dogshit logic, but still compelling characters. And that means we don't necessarily put those in the F category, you know? I'm not nice towards dogshit logic. Dogshit logic is generally the first thing that like sets me off, but I do want to be fair in that regard, that, you know, if the characters are compelling, I understand that it, you know, there's still stuff to like. Okay. So did you bring all your opinions, Harriet?
I suppose I have.
Do you need me to do like short synopsis to remind yourself what each case is about?
Yes. So I mean, it would be nice.
Yeah. So first, the very first case of the very first game being Larry Butts is accused of murdering his girlfriend, but actually it was this guy doing door-to-door, and he entered her apartment because it was open, and then she came back and he bonked her on the head with the clock that was a statue.
He was a thief.
He was a thief. He pretended to be a door-to-door salesman. So I see this case generally in like C or F category because there's not much to it. It's a tutorial case. I think it's an A. And let me explain why. It's the very first case of the series needs to be extremely simple to convey what the concept is, what you're doing, because Ace Attorney is, I don't think I'd say it's the very first game about solving a murder. There are like other narrative games about that before, but I don't think there's any other game that had like that specific framing of being an attorney and making objections in court. So like the case needs to be extremely simple, and I think they did a good job with this case of conveying every single way that the concept is carried. It's extremely simple. It's just like the witness says a thing that's contradictory with the evidence, and you do that a couple times, and then the last one you have to like think outside the box a little bit. And you know, if you just follow the fact that there's only a limited amount of evidence and you only present them once, it's not too hard. But thinking about how the logic works, I think it's a good case. This is my hot take. I think it works fine. I think this case works great. Do you remember much about the first one?
Yeah, no, I remember that stuff, yeah.
I want to know if you agree with me about the ranking.
I worry about doing that thing, that, what's her name? The Mermaid Cafe girl in I2. Like, in that Somnium where she's like a taste testing judge, and Ota has like all those over the top reactions, which are like kind of like a big thing for like one of those kind of shows in Japan.
Mm-hmm.
And in her case, she's like, yeah, it's good.
Am I Oda in that metaphor? Because I don't know how I feel about that.
In that you can go at length about a case, and I'm just like, yeah.
Well, maybe, but it's not the most complex one. There's not that much to say about it. I think my thing mostly is that I find that I understand why the later games don't just have a really basic case like this anymore, because like returning players want to have something a little more complex, but I feel like a lot of the later games get bogged down in like a tutorial case that's just a little too long. I don't know, and it's just, I appreciate the simplicity of their very first one. I don't think they ever did anything like this ever afterwards. That's just my hot take.
Yeah.
Then there's 1-2. 1-2 is Mia gets bonked by the same clock, and Maya gets accused of murder because there's the receipt that says Maya on it with blood, and Gumshoe is very dumb about it.
We learned that Mia spent $1,000
Yeah.
on a glass
Light stand.
light stand. Yeah, sorry, I was gonna say nightstand, not a nightstand. It's a light stand.
What? Where did she get that kind of money? I don't feel like her practice. It just doesn't look like.
I loved how Phoenix was like, "Wait, where did you get that money?" And she's like, "Phoenix, focus on the case."
She just doesn't want to answer. I felt like she did. Things I like about this case. It's the first time you meet Edgeworth, and there's a really good moment with Edgeworth where like you're interrogating the bellboy of the hotel, and there's like different things you can ask, and you can ask like how much was the iced coffee, and it's like $20 or $18. I think it's $18, and you're like, that seems expensive. It's like, well, yeah, $18 for iced coffee for two. Like, for two? And Edgeworth immediately goes, objection! That was objectionable! That's just really funny. It's just, I don't know. There's Edgeworth as an adversary, there's a kind of like comedy to the way he reacts and the way he deals with the witnesses that I feel like is missing with a lot of later prosecutors. He gets flustered a lot. Like, later prosecutors, the only way to get them flustered is to find a logic deduction to, like, break down their case. But sometimes Edgeworth just gets flustered by an old lady. Anyway, things I don't particularly care about this case is I find that the bad guy is kind of just... They hype him up a bunch, and then he barely puts up a fight. Like, he's supposed to be this really rich guy who's super powerful and can just buy the courts, and he showcases that by telling Phoenix, well, I'm gonna accuse you of murder. I'm gonna say you're the murderer, and take you to court and be the witness. And then you get to court, he's the witness, and like the very first contradiction you point out, he completely deflates, and it's Edgeworth who like helps him get back in his momentum. It's Edgeworth who does all the work, really, which feels, I don't know. I know it's only the second case, but considering how much they hyped up this guy, they have this scene with Grossberg, the other like the older attorney that was Mia's mentor. They have the scene with him where it's like, oh, he's so dangerous, he's blackmailing me, etc. And
yeah,
then,
we're not really at that point where we're talking about like overarching plot, but like he like he is like kind of one of the instigating agents of a lot of these events, namely in the fact that he did Mia a moida,
Yeah.
and that's for the first 3 games, that's very significant because that defines her character. Is the fact that she's dead.
Her character traits: big titties, good at lawyer, dead.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm not a fan of like how it ends either, where everything seems lost. I don't even remember why somehow we don't get this guy, and Mia has to start reading a list of names that would hurt him.
It's because Edgeworth is gonna like.
Yes, but I don't remember.
Edgeworth was gonna like get like another day of investigation.
Right.
It's weird. Yeah, that was like. That's one of 2 cases in which like that's the threat. That like it's gonna, instead of ending right here, like it's gonna like
continue, which
drag on, and
you
so
really shouldn't that really shouldn't be a problem to the defense. Like, more investigation is generally good for you if your client is innocent. I don't know.
Like that. I mean, that's usually only a problem when Maya's been kidnapped.
Which only happened twice. Okay.
Where it's just like, well, I feel that we should I feel that we should adjourn for more investigation. It's like, no, get back in here.
So anyway, I'm gonna put it here. It does one good thing though. I forgot to mention. It is the case where Edgeworth updated the autopsy report, which is, you know, important. Yeah. Now 1-3 is the Steel Samurai, which is willpower is taking a nap, and then his co-star grabs a costume. Also, he made him take a nap with sleeping pills, and then tries to kill this producer lady who's making his life miserable for having done another murder, but then she turns back and he dies. It's self-defense. I don't know, I like that case.
I like it as well. There's some stuff I'm not that big a fan of, like Salmonella.
Oh yeah, Salmonella. I forgot about Salmonella. This is gonna take it down a tier.
Oh no!
It is. I was gonna put it in A tier, but I think remembering Salmonella. No, that's B tier. Oh, I should mention, like, I'm gonna put them in tiers. I'm not gonna like try to order them in like which one is the best one in the B tier. I don't want to do that. That's too much mental effort. Let's just say they're all about the same quality in the same tier, even if that's not necessarily the case, because I just don't want to go in that level of minutia. Because if you're trying to go in that level of minutia, you're just doing a ranking list, and I don't want to do that. Yeah, I think the highlight of that case for me is just Old Bag blustering Edgeworth like the entire first day.
That was good. That was like that led to like it led to like a non sequitur kind of bullshitting, buying for time, like end of day one.
Yeah.
Where it was just like, well, I mean, in this case, it was Phoenix being like, well, somebody has to go to jail, shouldn't they?
Phoenix accuses Old Bag.
Like he just accuses Old Bag because she's there.
Right.
And but like what elevates that is like how annoying she is, and the judge is just like, maybe she did do it, and she looks at Edgeworth and she's just like, it's just like, she's like, help me out here, and Edgeworth is like, prosecution doesn't have anything to say.
Maybe she didn't do it. I'll just let that play out.
And then the resolution to that, like we get another day of investigating, which is what we wanted, but like we run into her and she's just like, hey, obviously I didn't do it. Why did you do that?
She like they had to try the costume on her and it just doesn't fit her at all. Like she can barely move in it. It's fun. I feel like they should do that more often, where they like, that's the thing that annoys me, is whenever the defense points out, well, maybe we should investigate that, and the prosecution's like, no, we gotta finish this today.
I wanna go home.
Yeah, I think it would be an A rank if Salmonella wasn't in it, because Salmonella is a real, like, ugh, don't like that guy. So then there's
I did like the logical inversion also, where it's just like, I had no motive for killing the guy, and then it turns out that the victim was the one who had the motive.
That was a good twist. I like that twist. This is also, I just remembered, this is the case where right after the trial, Edgeworth comes up to you and says the line, well, I forgot the line now. How could I forget this line? Unnecessary feelings.
Unnecessary feelings.
Yeah, it's the unnecessary feeling lines. It happens that one. So I don't think it can go lower than a B. Really, it's a B entirely because of salmonella.
I'm wishing that it didn't bring up salmonella.
Because you want this
Because,
to be an
like,
A now?
Well, I mean,
I don't.
I mean, salmonella is just like he's just one of those things where like, it sucks when he's around.
Yeah.
But like that's kind of it. Like he doesn't actually have that big of an impact on the plot.
No, but
He doesn't figure into a lot of stuff.
You do spend a whole testimony with him. Which one would you say?
You can keep it in the B.
I'm keeping it at the B. Yeah. Next, which one is that one called again? Turnabout something. Anyway, I need to remember what the names are.
Yes.
Just because. It's not like my mind keeps trying to be like Turnabout Boats. No. It's called Turnabout Goodbyes. Okay.
Oh right, that was I keep forgetting like how many cases there are in each game. I was just like,
it's not a super consistent thing.
Are we at the original Are we at the conclusion of like the original first game already? Apparently we are, yeah.
Yeah, no, it was a short game, all things considered. Like they ballooned in length every game, basically. Which is not necessarily something I mind. I don't mind that they're longer, but sometimes the pacing was not great.
Turnabout Boat. Okay, yeah.
Turnabout Parrots.
Edgeworth being an insufferable client.
I mean, that's what I don't know. It's like the original prosecutor rival, right? I feel like every prosecutor is trying. After that,
did you actually say the thing that he said in the previous case?
Something unnecessary.
Like
something.
Yeah, unnecessary feelings. Yeah.
Unnecessary feelings. Which is just like I love how that line specifically is what propels everyone to be like, oh, they're in love.
Well,
like,
they fucking.
There's other details, but like that's the line that like, oh, okay. But yeah, 1-4. Edgeworth is in a boat with another guy. The other guy shoots. And then jumps in the water, and Edgeworth just picks up the gun because he's very confused about what just happened.
And then he walks away, and he like refuses to elaborate on what he like actually saw happen there.
Yeah.
And we're just like, Edgeworth, did you do it? And for some reason, like he's
in a daze.
He doesn't actually just like say no.
He's not like, sure. He's confused.
Just like Edgeworth. I don't think you should be having trouble with this.
He's confused. Like, did I? Wait, what happened?
What happened?
I don't know. I think this one's like an S rank. It's excellent. It's one of my favorite.
It's good. It brings in like you can't really like
it's got a lot of heart,
like lightning in a bottle
It's kind of the lightning in the bottle of the whole series for me, if I'm being honest.
with like the sudden escalation of like the villain, where unlike the guy who like bonked Mia, like Von Karma is actually like, in the context of the series, like a formidable villain, where he just shows up and he's just like he's like, all right, let's get this done. All right, let's get this done. He's guilty.
Yeah.
And it's just like, no, you can't press that. You get a penalty.
And I feel like...
And the judge is like, oh, okay.
Von Karma is also the rare example of, like, a prosecutor who's actually evil. And I feel like the series keeps trying to do the good prosecutor and then forgets that, no, you need a bad guy. Like... There's Von Karma, and then there's, what, Male Strongheart, and...
He's not even a prosecutor.
But he's like a bad guy. Oh, there's right, the one that I'm forgetting is, the queen from, Coraine.
Yeah.
I like that she was a bad guy. That was a big thing that made me like that last case, is that finally we have a bad guy prosecutor. It's been so long. We keep having prosecutors who are secretly good, and the game tries to redeem them or whatever. But yeah, I like that it's got Lotta Hart. I know Lotta Hart is like a character that some people find annoying, but I think it's fun the way she's annoying.
Yes.
She's annoying in a fun way.
I miss her. Also...
Yeah, they
also,
never brought
this
her
is
back
jumping ahead, but she did give us a good running.
She did. I never took the time to like grab the sprites to make a GIF of her. Probably on I'm sure I can find that. But yeah,
and Gordy, fuck.
Yeah, Gordy. There's Gordy.
I forgot about Gordy.
The whole
Gordy's
thing with
real.
Gordy. It's also a case that has a lot of memes. Because, like, it's got, almost Christmas means it wasn't Christmas. I was thinking of another one and it escaped my brain instantly. It's got the parrot. You're doing...
Yeah.
Cross-examination on the parrot.
Call the parrot to the stand? The defense calls the parrot to the stand.
I mean, that's hilarious. But the extra hilarious thing is when they ask a question to the parrot, knowing what it should answer, and then it doesn't, and Von Karma just looks at them smiling, like, yeah, I actually knew that you were gonna call the parrot, and I trained it to not say the thing you wanted to say. It's so funny. And then,
also Missile and
there's
Samurai
Missile.
Dogs.
There's
where,
Missile.
like, every time Missile shows up, he just eats Samurai Dog.
The funny thing I realized is you don't have to do that.
No, you absolutely need you gotta use Missile. Come on,
you gotta. But strictly speaking, if you follow the critical heart, you don't actually have to. You just need to pick up the metal detector and then do the thing you need to do with it, and you never actually see that scene if you never pick Missile. But, like, why would you do that? Obviously, you're gonna pick the dog.
It also calls to mind the fact that the court record is something that you have physical access to at all times. Because later on, it's just like, oh right, I never gave that back to Gumshoe.
I love that deduction. That part where you're like, how do you prove that there's a bullet in Von Karma's shoulder? You pick up the metal detector. I love that. That's one of my favorite deduction in the entire game, in the entire series. That's great. That's great. I love that.
It is good. Yeah.
And Von Karma's got great animation. I like the subtle way that they foreshadow the shoulder thing by making him like scream in pain whenever he slams the counter. It's, oh no, my shoulder.
Whoa! I wish Franziska had. She gets shot in the shoulder, but she doesn't like. at no point does she
Yeah.
like do the thing.
Yeah, they would have had to make new sprites, a couple new sprites for her for the third game, and I guess they didn't think to for that specific thing. Anyway, I'll probably move on to 1.5. 1.5 I'm very ambivalent about, because there's a bunch of things about it I like. You know, it's the one where Goodman gets stabbed in 2 different places at the same time, except not really.
That is like intensely frustrating, but it's also one of the things I love about that case.
Yeah.
It's like so stupid, but we're playing it like so straight faced for so long, and it's just like how much longer are we gonna entertain this notion that the same guy got murdered twice?
It's so stupid because the video footage does not positively show it was Goodman. It's just a guy in a trench coat. You don't even see his face. Why do you think it's him?
And Meekins, who like Meekins sucks.
Oh yeah, no,
I hate Meekins.
I don't like the.
It's like ridiculous how like Meekins gets accused because. Oh my god, okay. No, that's not where it starts, obviously. Like, but like it's the idea that while he was on the scene and he was unconscious. I think that was like the first time.
Well, technically, what's his name? Will Powers was unconscious.
Yeah.
But it's not quite the same, I guess.
But yeah, no, like Meekins was KTFO and like injured, and like there's a lot of blood but no body, and they're just like, well, I guess you must have eaten it.
Yeah, you ever think about the fact that if you put the timeline together, like there's a lot of blood there because the origin of the blood was actually that's where. What's his name? Gantz killed Goodman, and then he moved his body and had Lana Skye like disguise that. And then after that, Cowboy Man entered the like evidence room and did not pay attention to the blood on the floor. He just didn't notice it.
Yeah, wait.
No, that case has a ton of plot holes. That case does not make sense.
I totally forgot that in the timeline of events, like he absolutely should have seen the.
No, there's a ton of aspects. Like we could dismantle this case piece by piece, and we would find so many plot holes. So many. That case just on a pure like logic. Mechanical aspect, it does not work, which is why I probably can't put it above a B. But I don't want to put it lower because it does introduce Emma Skye. I like Emma Skye. I think she's a good character. I think this case
I like Emma.
I think this case is the quintessential example of the thing I was talking earlier, where just because a case is completely incoherent in terms of logic doesn't mean it's like irredeemable. The story can still be good. The characters, the drama can still be good. And I think that one at the very least has characters that are compelling.
I like how the villain did a murder just because.
I mean, how else are you gonna
like,
get
was there really any risk of? There was no risk of anything. Was there any risk of oh my god, the serial killer guy, like, who, like, goes on a train of, like, well, I guess I gotta cover this up. Serial killings.
Yeah.
Like, just one after the other. And, like they have him.
Yeah.
And then he, like, escapes. And so, like, what? Was there, like, any risk that guy was gonna get off the hook? Like, did he have to do a moida in order to pin it on that guy? And also, like, the whole thing about, pinning it on the baby transbian
Yeah.
who was in the room to blackmail her sister.
Yeah.
Who, like, they were already, like, on that career path, you know? Like, he didn't have to have her in his pocket.
I guess they don't really explain that, but I guess maybe the implication is that the prosecutor guy he killed was in the way of his career. I don't fucking know.
Maybe
it doesn't really make the motivation is unclear. It really just feels like he wanted to kill him because I guess I'll kill a guy.
It's entirely a different vibe from Von Karma's Moida, where like his was like personally motivated.
Yeah.
And like when the opportunity presented itself, he's just like, oh yeah, I'm doing this now. Like I get, like he, you know, that's a moment where it's like, okay, an evil asshole like that would absolutely see that as an opportunity.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas Kevin is just like, oh, I guess I'll pick him up and I'll stick him on. I'll stick him on the student partner.
This case is also introduces the Blue Badger. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing.
The Blue Badger.
I guess no, it doesn't introduce the Blue Badger. It existed before. It does give you an animated Blue Badger that was like a little bit of a new design.
It doesn't turn off.
Doesn't turn off, no. It also implies that Gumshoe made it, and Gumshoe is like actually like he's in the wrong line of work. He's a really good engineer. He's not a good cop, but he's a good engineer. I don't know, that's something funny. Jay is right in the chat we also learned that Mia had a girlfriend in college.
Oh right, fuck. I forgot about that.
I like the line where they say she was attracted to me intellectually. Sure.
I mean, yeah, there's a word for that. That's sapiosexual.
I don't know. It's funny. It's the only case in the game that uses the touchscreen to do like science because it was added to the DS version, and
that's like where we took away the idea of doing science.
Yeah.
And the fact that the baby transbian invented it.
Yeah, I mean, I never. You were the one who's like, she invented it.
I mean, yeah, she.
All right.
Well, come on. Who do you think invented science?
Well, I mean, there's like the whole Dr. Scythe thing in the past. There's a forensic. Something.
Yes, but that fell apart immediately.
So then they didn't do forensics for 100 years. I guess. Yeah, I think it's still gonna be a middle of the road case, just because it's just a lot of the things that I hate about the Edgeworth games, you can see them start to crop up here. Just why I can't prove it, but I'm still convinced. Despite this case saying it's written by Shu Takumi, I think it was written by Takashi Yamazaki under his like tutelage, because it has so much of the quirks of the Edgeworth games that I hate. YouTube is gonna ask me if I still want to keep playing the music every once in a while, because it's like, are you still here? You haven't said anything in a while. Next one, 2-1. So this is the one where Phoenix gets it's a tutorial case with Maggie Bird, and her boyfriend gets killed because she picks up a phone that belongs to the bad guy. I don't even remember what the bad guy's motivation was.
Was he another thief? I don't remember.
He's a snob or something. I don't. Honestly, like, the fact that I don't remember that much about it, I think it's just gonna be a C. It's not, like, offensively bad, but it's forgettable. It's like... because it's another tutorial case, they're like, oh, we need to like, think of a reason why Phoenix would need a tutorial. And I think you realize, no, that's dumb. If you want to do a tutorial, just do a tutorial. You don't need to have the character lose their memory. That guy did identity fraud and saw a cop, so he was scared as hell. God, also that, no, you know, a thing that really pissed me off in that case is that they did the thing where, oh, the culprit wrote the name of the victim wrote the name of the culprit in the sand, and you look at it and it's like, it's perfectly written with like typewriter calligraphy. I don't know. It's like, and how did he do that with his neck snapped?
He was killed almost instantly.
Almost instantly. Let me just said Leon. I think you're thinking of Danganronpa. Yeah, okay. Danganronpa has a thing, but it's, oh god. The thing that okay, I'm just gonna spoil Danganronpa a little bit. I'm spoiling the first case. The first case does the whole thing where the victim writes, like, you find the victim with some writing in blood in front of her, but she did in fact write the culprit's name. That's not like a subversion. She did do that. The twist is that when they look at it, they just see a bunch of numbers. They don't realize they're supposed to look at it upside down, and it says Leon. It's very stupid. Then there's Tutu. Tutu, honestly, I'm kind of torn between S and A. I think it's an A because I don't think it has quite the punch, the really memorable moments to make it an S. But it did give us Pearl. I love Pearl. We had that mention of Pearl going to the city by running.
It's like, did you walk here? And she's like, no, of course not. I ran.
Did you not take the train? Yeah. I think the case is just solid overall. It's like a good setup. Maya, it's a good setup because you're like, oh, Maya summoned a ghost that then murdered the client, but then you realize, no, there was a trick. There was a person hiding behind the screen, and there was an accomplice that allowed them to escape. And we do get more Faye family lore that I think is interesting and compelling. I like the thing with the urn that breaks, that starts becoming like a running gag, where that urn just keeps breaking and keeps being put together over the course of like multiple years. I don't know, I think it's just a good case. I like the main culprit. Like, it's not hard to figure out who did it, but the culprit, I enjoy the twist of she's her own sister. She like swapped with her sister to like change her life or something. And that's the actual reason why she had to kill the man, because if Maya tries to summon a ghost that doesn't exist, it kind of reveals what happened.
What happened?
What happened? Yeah, I don't really have that much more to say about that case. I just think it's pretty good. And it has that moment where Franziska shows a picture of Maya channeling Mia in jail and is like, look, I'm not submitting this as evidence. I'm just showing it to everyone. Now everyone's seen it.
The judge is just like, well, I guess ghost titties are real.
I guess I have to, I have to look up what spirit channeling is now for the next game.
Like, yeah, where Franziska is just like, she's like, no, this is hard science.
Maybe Franziska's just jealous of the big titties. 2-3 is turnabout Big Top. Go to the trash. To the trash.
Let's talk
with you.
about it.
It's just I don't know. I just don't like the story at all. The story of like this circus where a teenage girl is being proposed by multiple people who just want to marry her. She's like fucking 16. Stop that shit.
And she's also like,
Oblivious.
I don't know if I want to say it. She's like touched in the head.
She's oblivious. I don't think she's touched in the head necessarily. I think the idea is that she's so spoiled by her dad that she doesn't really realize what is happening around her. I think that's the idea. She's like a spoiled girl. But
I know, it's just that's a level of obliviousness that I can't, I can't buy.
It's not well written is the thing. There's apparently, I never really verified this, but apparently I've heard multiple times that in interviews Shu Takumi said he wrote this one while drunk, while heavily drinking, and like that's not good, dude.
That's the Stephen King method. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a really frustrating case because like the entire first day feels like padding. It feels just like you deal with the ventriloquist the entire time to determine if this guy that he saw that was wearing the cape of the defendant, was it actually him or was he just a guy wearing the cape? And it was like, you spend so much time on that, it's just, it doesn't fucking matter. And then the clown also spends a lot of time on the same bullshit. And then the twist of the first day is, oh, and then he flew in the air, and only the magician can do that, so it must have been him.
I mean, it did introduce the milk crates because like I don't even remember his name was like Maximilian something or other. I just remember his real name being Billy Bob John.
Maximilian Pegasus. No. I don't know. It doesn't matter. The milk crate gag is. I mean, it's funny that they referenced it again later, but I don't. It's not a gag that I find particularly memorable.
Look, it explains the box.
It explains the box. It explains why there's defendant's milk in the vending machine. Which is, when you just put it that way, it just sounds gross, really. Anyway, let's. And then the second day, you find a new person who's like, oh, why are you the culprit? Person in. The thing that pisses me off is just the idea that he's wheelchair bound, but he could lift a thing that was really heavy, and it's just, I don't think you appreciate how difficult, physically difficult it is to carry a thing without your legs, without half of your body. Like, they're like, he's so strong, he can just do it with his arms. I don't think you appreciate how difficult that is.
Like, the leverage is working against you.
Yeah, no, like you're
just gonna topple the fuck over.
when you lift the thing, your entire body is lifting the thing. It's not just your arms. It's just the entire setup is awkward in a way. I don't know. The monkey didn't. No, stop that.
Also, he had to bring it with him.
It wasn't a gorilla. It was like a chimpanzee or something. If it was a gorilla, maybe, but it wasn't. It was.
If you need more reasons to hate the case, there's also H.P. Lovecraft as a ventriloquist, whose ventriloquist dummy is obnoxious.
Yeah, I mean, I did mention the ventriloquist earlier, but he is very obnoxious. Everything in this case is just obnoxious. There's also, when we were playing this case, I had a walkthrough next to me because I knew some parts of it were like obtuse, where you had to like go back and forth between several areas in a way that didn't really make sense. I knew that, so we didn't really have to go through that headache. But I remember that the first time I played it, I got stuck a while because it just was not clear where I was supposed to go. This case is ass. I don't like it. Moving on. 2-4. Maya gets kidnapped by killer Shelly the Killer. S rank. It's one of my favorite. I really love the reveal of Matt Engard being evil, where he just lifts his hair and there's just like a scar there, just the evil scar. He just has this glass of cognac or whatever.
Yeah, he has cognac with him for some reason.
That's what makes him evil. I don't. It's just comical in a way that I find delightful.
And it's like, but you didn't ask specifically if I hired a moiterer.
Look, I think it makes sense. Mechanically, it makes sense to me. Phoenix just asked him if he did the moiter. No. And then Phoenix asked him, wait, did you hire someone to do the moiter? Maybe. I like that Edgeworth is in this one.
I forget Edgeworth's role.
Well, so Franziska gets shot in the shoulder, so she can't do the trial, and then Edgeworth shows up to do the trial, to be the prosecution against you. But also he helps you stall a bunch of times just because he knows that Maya's missing. Helps you the whole time. Oh yeah, Phoenix kept acting like Edgeworth was dead the whole game, which is just weird.
Yeah, that was weird.
I really, it's a very strange. I don't understand what was up with that. What Shu Takumi, what were you trying to do here? Like, I think he explains Edgeworth left a message that says Miles Edgeworth chooses death or something like that, and apparently what he meant was, I'm gonna take a vacation somewhere.
I'm gonna go to Europe.
I'm gonna go to Europe and, like, I don't know, do a work vacation or whatever, and then come back. And Phoenix is like, I thought you were dead. Why did you tell me you were dead? But I like the way that you defeat Matt Engard at the end by proving to the killer that he betrayed him. I thought that was clever.
I also did like. I wish that they did. I should qualify by saying I wish that they did more well with Shelly the Killer.
Yeah. Because
he shows up in the Edgeworth case, and like the way that he's played there is not very. It's not good.
It's not.
But
not
like it did introduce the idea of like him having like that unflappable exterior, but he has like inanimate objects that emote and freak out for him.
As a character design element, that's like excellent. That's great. I love that. I really wish they had like brought him back a third time just so we could get a third item. But nah. Okay, now there's 3-1, which is the tutorial case of the third game with Mia, where Phoenix is accused of Moida, and you have to defeat Dahlia Gillespie. Dahlia Hawthorne, not Gillespie. That's Silent Hill. Dahlia Hawthorne.
You get to see Mia's desk slam.
Yeah. I think I like this one. I don't know if it's an A or a B, just cause like the one afterwards you do with Mia I think is more interesting, is better. Dahlia's a fun villain. She's like the little outwardly an angel but secretly a terrible person. I don't know, I don't remember that much about that case, to be honest. There's this part where Phoenix has the bottle of poison and he just eats it?
I think so, yeah.
How do you do that?
which is really ominous in light of it. It turns out later that Mia mentions in this case, like, this is her like return to the courtroom after that case.
Yeah.
And it turns out that case ended with the witness taking poison and dying right on the stand before like giving the critical evidence.
The defendant, yeah.
And so you must have figured that she was freaking the fuck out when Phoenix was just like, I ate the bottle.
Yeah.
It's just like, no, not again.
It's the way they show the bottle in concept art and just portraits and stuff. It doesn't look like something you could swallow. But I don't know. It's an anime. I guess they can just do that.
Pauline, Phoenix can swallow.
What?
Phoenix can swallow.
Alright, I don't know where this is trying to. It's in the middle. Next is Mask to Mask. I like Mask to Mask. It's just kind of a weird like shy goofball who just happens to be a thief.
He's got a pretty face.
He's got a pretty face. He's got a hot wife.
Really weird hair.
Yeah, the wife is like, I don't like dishonest people, and he's worried that if she finds out that he's a thief,
and not just a security guard,
and he's gonna like, she's gonna get mad at him because he's been dishonest with her, and she's like, no, actually, I love the whole thief thing because you leave a calling card, and that's very honest.
and also, like, he was proved in court to not be mask to mask.
That's hilarious. I love that part.
And so, like, they go down this weird career path of him being mask to mask.
Okay, this is just a detail from a later Edgeworth game, but I like that in one of the Edgeworth cases, there's an implication that they're doing it together now, because they're like at the confectionery museum or whatever, the gallery, and they're just observing the statues together. I don't know. That's fun to me. I like the fun idea. This case introduces Godo, and we have bad feelings about Godo, but I think he's fine in this case. It's later that he starts becoming a problem. I think if you were just to take in this, I like the coffee gimmick. I think Godo has a good design visually. I like the coffee gimmick. I think the problem is that the writing makes him like an asshole that the story never calls out eventually. So I'm gonna put this in. It's Mask to Mask, and I'm gonna put this in an A. I just really love the villain in that one. Mr. Look at me! I don't know why that name is really funny to me.
I hate that guy. Oh my god, we forgot about Samus Aran.
Oh yeah, Samus Aran. Samus Aran, and she's a good character. She was also a really good part of 2-4. And she is in 3 too. She's got a black suit in that one. It's too bad she never came back as a recurring character. It's interesting how in 2-4 she's like really for the most part stoic, but you can see that she's barely handling it together. And then in 3-2 she has a lot more sprites where she's like panicked, but you kind of figure she's allowing herself to, I don't know, have emotions again.
Yeah.
I don't know. I like that little transition, that little arc. 3-3 is Maggie Bird works in a cafe, and gets accused of murder, and the main witness is an old guy who throws seeds at you. I kind of, I kind of don't care about that one.
Yeah.
Like, there's a couple things that are fun about it. Mainly the, there's the idea that the entire court was fooled by a fake Phoenix who barely looks like him, and he just had a cardboard badge.
He doesn't look like him, really.
He vaguely has a resemblance. Like, he has the same haircut, basically. There's a vague resemblance.
That was it.
Yeah, but like, it's funny. Like, Phoenix is like, how did you mistake this guy for me? I don't understand.
The judge is just like, huh?
Like, that's just funny. The other thing I like is how you get the bad guy by tricking him into revealing that he knew what the bottle of poison looked like. I like that. That was very Columbo. But aside from that, this case is just kind of eh. I'm putting C. I don't know. Do you agree?
I think so.
3-4 is look at the fucking diagram. I enjoyed this one. I think this one had some good moments in terms of logic and character. The only thing that stops it from being an S for me is the weird relationship that they sort of built between Dahlia Hawthorne and the defendant, who's much, much, much older than her. And it's just...
She's his teenage angel.
She's his teenage angel, and it just makes me uncomfortable. And they also kind of imply... Like, they don't say it outright, but the way he acts... I feel like they're implying that he's touched in the head. He has, like, some sort of... I don't know. I don't like it. He seems to have some sort of mental handicap, and I just don't enjoy the implications. But it's like, this stuff really doesn't... I don't know, you can play this game and almost ignore all of that. Almost. I like that we see Edgeworth being a youngster. I think that was fun. Seeing Edgeworth in his first case, which wasn't actually his first case, got retconned. I like that. I mean, that's purely between us, but I like that it started this running joke of look at the fucking diagram. That made me laugh. I enjoy... one thing I appreciate also is that it serves as a way to give the player a sense of location that comes up in the next case. And I think that's a clever way to set up the next case. Even if the next case, we ended up not liking it so much. Now this is gonna be a controversial one, because when I look at tier list, this one is generally an S. But I have issues with this case.
Oh yeah. That left a bad taste in my mouth.
Yeah, no, it's... I like the setup. I like the whole setup with the bridge and the cavern with the locks on it. There's an idea there, an idea of being like Maya is like a ghost is trying to kill Maya.
Don't forget that there's like a day in court where it's oops all prosecutors.
That was good. Like, the case is mostly good for the first 2 days. No, it's only 2 days, I think. For the first day, it's good. It's the second day where it just kind of falls apart for me. Like, the first day between Edgeworth and Francisca, like, that's really good. I really enjoy that. It's where we got to meet Loris. Yeah. We got to find out Larry's... I mean, Larry's always been implied to be artistic. Well, it's fun to see how he's embracing that life now, I guess.
And for some reason, people keep trash talking him.
Yeah, I don't know. It's like his art is
It's
not.
like, look, he has like in terms of art, he has a stupid photographic memory.
Yeah, I mean,
Like he has a photographic memory that he always interprets in really stupid ways.
he just draws what he sees, Harriet. I don't see what the problem is here. He draws real fast too. There's what was I gonna say? I like the setup. There's a concept there that's almost good, being the idea of a ghost being channeled at someone who wants to kill Maya, and the only way Maya has to defend herself is to channel the murderer herself without the murderer realizing that's what's happening. And then getting like the moment where you reveal to Dahlia in court that Maya is channeling her, I think was pretty fun. But then everything around Godo completely falls apart. It's one of those
Godo and Misty Faye.
Godo and Misty Faye. I mean, it's fun that we finally got to see Maya's mom, but
was it fun?
I mean, it should have been fun.
Was it fun that she showed up and didn't say who she was to like either of them? And then she goes along with a stupid plan to get herself moited.
It's one of those situations where I feel like a lot of murder mysteries, you're gonna come up with the situation that leads to a moida before reverse engineering how it happened. And like, that's a normal way to write normal mysteries. But you can, if you can tell too much that it was reverse engineer, it's bad writing. And so Godo, why did Godo do all of this? Because he found the plan that Morgan Fay left, and he was like, I gotta stop this. And the only way you can come up with that explanation is because you're reverse engineering a situation you already came up and trying to figure out a reason for why Godo would get involved. But if you try to take this in timeline order and think about it, it's like, Godo, you could have just destroyed the message. You found the message before Pearl. You could have just destroyed it. She would never have found out. She never would have tried.
Or you can be honest with the child.
Yeah, that's just a common thread of lying to children in a lot of media that I'm not a fan of.
And in Ace Attorney.
And in Ace Attorney. You could have just... I don't know what they're telling Pearl about her mom. She doesn't seem to know why she's in jail.
Because she is an inherently evil person who tried to put Maya in jail.
There is at the start when they get to the monastery at first, and you meet Misty Faye for the first time. Like, she talks to Pearl, and Pearl shows her, like, she's like, I don't know how to read this. She shows her some words, and you can see them. Like, Misty Faye explains to her, this is that word, this is that word. And if you replay that scene after having seen the full case, you realize that Pearl is showing her the letter that Morgan wrote. And so at that precise moment, Misty Faye should have been like, oh, I need to talk to you now. But instead, she's like, hey, you should come by my room later tonight so we can read together. And of course, Pearl doesn't do that.
Wait, so did... I'm trying to remember, like, where Godo, like, comes into this where he comes into this plan with Misty Fate, like he has to approach her, right?
He approaches her before they get there.
Yeah.
Like, she's the reason why she's there, because you approached her about, like, the whole thing is just like, okay, I guess I'll go to the monastery and help. It's just, you had Pearl right there with the letter that's, like, that's gonna cause all of this. Just take her aside now! Why are you waiting? It's just so much of that whole resolution of the case around what Goto's plan is just...
Yeah, they contrived a situation where they're like, there's no other way. And it's like, I feel like there's a lot of...
There were a lot of other ways. It's like there is an idea that I kind of like with the whole, like, ghost. But they did not manage to find a way to make this work. I think the problem fundamentally is that they're trying to have a story where someone summons a ghost that wants to murder Maya, but none of the people who are there would actually want to kill Maya themselves. So the person who has to summon the ghost cannot be aware of what the ghost would do. And the best solution they found was Pearl Fey is gonna try to summon the ghost because her mom told her. And so, to prevent her from doing that, a different person summoned the ghost. Like, Misty Fey could have attached herself to her bed. If Misty Fey was gonna summon Dahlia Hawthorne, she could have had, like, Goto help her and be like, okay, you gotta attach me to the bed and we're gonna keep her in me so she can't do anything for the whole night. Like, there are so many ways to solve this problem. It's a situation that they poorly found a way to reverse engineer into an actual case, and it just does not work.
Yeah.
And I don't enjoy that Goto is a misogynistic asshole, and that's a character trait that you can have, but I feel like the story doesn't think so.
Yeah.
I would have felt better about it if in the scene where Goto, like, tells Franziska to fuck off, Franziska should not have taken that. Franziska should have responded with no. But instead she just shuts up. Like, she doesn't respond to that. And, like, that's a mistake to me. Franziska is not the kind who would take that shit. So, yeah. For this reason, that's gonna be a C. I don't want to make it an F, because, like, the first case, the first day, I think, is still really good on its own. But it's just, from the second day on, it starts falling apart, and the ending really sours the whole thing.
Yeah, it's not so much that it's not so much that the guy sucks, that he has flaws. It's the fact that the story doesn't seem to think so, really.
And at
like,
the end,
the story is just like, this guy is tragic, and I'm like, he's an asshole.
It's
and a dumbass.
The end of the case tries to make him tragic in what he did, but it's like, dude, you could have avoided all of this.
Also, and it's also just I don't know. I feel like Mia would not have had that positive of an impression of him. I feel like that she would have, I don't know, she would have been able to suss out what kind of guy he was. I don't know.
We don't really get much of an impression of what Mia thought of him. Like, he says he was in love with her, but I never got the impression she, like, liked him back.
Oh,
he was just a coworker.
He like, I think my point more is that he doesn't deserve to claim to be in love with her.
I mean, he can claim that and be wrong. So I'm gonna do them in orders that we played, which would mean we're doing the Edgeworth next, because we did those before Apollo Justice, because timeline-wise, they take place before. It's just...
What, you're not gonna talk about Edgeworth cases? Come on, we
No,
gotta get it. We gotta get into it.
Yeah, I'm saying we're gonna do these now. Ace Attorney Investigations.
Yeah!
It's the first case where you find a guy in Edgeworth's office and there's Gumshoe's name written in blood on the wall, so that's already a point against it. And
it's getting pretty good.
and then the freaking, I don't know, the prosecutor guy who did it is a sports guy. It's basketball. I don't fucking remember anything about this case. It's just it's forgettable.
It's like, I mean, they're trying to reintroduce you. No, not reintroduce you. They're trying to be like, this is what the world looks like for Edgeworth, and it's like, oh, he's trapped in hell.
What do you mean trapped in hell?
Because this is the way. This is the way that he interacts with the world. It sucks.
Because everyone's an idiot, and he's the only one who can like connect ideas together. It's. I feel like putting it in C is harsh because it wasn't that bad. It was just boring. Yeah. So maybe I'll change my mind. Then there's the airplane. I don't care what you say. I still don't think airplanes can have an elevator like this.
I mean, not like that, but they do. It can have an elevator.
Not like that. That's my point, though. It doesn't look like that.
Look, the planes can be double deckers.
That doesn't mean that's more than a double decker. Have you seen the fucking bar? No.
Look, where else were they gonna put their grape juice?
I can't respond to that. I don't know. Did I dislike this one?
Oh, you absolutely dislike that one, but I found more to enjoy.
The culprit was.
I'm sorry, I'm just remembering the guy that we initially thought might have been suspicious. The guy who's foreign.
The guy who
he's
keeps
foreign from foreign country.
The guy who keeps rubbing his nipples.
Yes, he's like, I need gold on my nipples.
Yeah, I think the only
and the statue made of heroin.
It
introduces the smuggling ring.
It does introduce the smuggling ring, a recurring plot thing that I don't care for, because it never feels like an actual like group of villains or anything. It's just like a thing they say. Oh, the smuggling ring did this. It's completely malleable. Like by the end of the first game, the smuggling ring was, I guess, Kirkus Alba's like money laundering bullshit. He was making fake money and like passing it back and forth between the embassy to deflate the economy or some bullshit. And then by the second game,
for some reason, they like stole a giant statue.
That's the thing. Like by the second game, the smuggling ring is just a different group now. Like it's such a nebulous organization that is completely undefined and just comes up when the author feels like connecting things or whatever. It's, oh, Francisca's here because of the smuggling ring.
You know what's good though?
What is?
Is Cammy Meal.
I agree. This is the only reason why it's in C and not F.
I would have reversed those if it were me.
What do you mean?
I feel like the first case doesn't really sell you on the idea of being Edgeworth. Like I said, he if that's how he experiences the world, that's very unfortunate.
I guess I could be convinced. I can kind of see it's really just a boring case. It's just like I guess that's the tier list problem, is that you start having cases that are not quite the same quality, but you don't know where else to put them.
Yeah, no, it's kind of similar to the first case in the second game in that regard, where
Banana Man
it doesn't feel like a very good like first
introduction.
case.
It's very forgettable. And then there's Police Amusement Parkland, whatever. It's the first case where we meet Kay, and like, okay, look, I understand.
Kay Faraday.
I understand that you like Kay Faraday. I feel like she could have been a more fleshed out character. I feel like they did not flesh her out well enough.
Oh, absolutely.
Like the thing that bothered me constantly is the YouTube stopped. I need to tell it to keep playing.
Oh yeah, YouTube does that where like the loops the loops will just stop.
Yeah, no, it's just the playlist is like, hey, are you still watching? What was I saying? No, Kay Faraday is just, she's a thief, and
a great thief.
She's a great thief, but she never steals anything in the whole time that she's here. And she stole
Emma Sky's gimmick of science.
She stole Gumshoe's role of being Edgeworth's sidekick. No, like, I get that they make...
She also stole the what was it called? The little thief?
That's the thing we made up. Like, I was like, this gimmick seems more like a thing Emma Sky would do, not Kay Faraday, so we just made up the idea that she stole that tag from Emma Sky.
Look, where else did she get it? Come on.
Her dad. The story is like that was her dad's thing.
Why would her dad have that though?
Because that's what they used to plan out the robberies, the stuff like that. They would make a 3D recreation of whatever they were trying to like rob, and they would train the routing their heist that way. That's why they have that.
I think it's much more reasonable to think that a transbian invented it.
Sure. So Kay Faraday ostensibly is a thief. They keep saying she's a great thief. That's the whole gimmick, but she never steals anything.
Wait.
Jokes
also,
about it.
speaking of transbian, this is where we are reunited with Emma Sky,
and that brings me to my next
she's
point.
She's got her transbian socks.
See, that brings me to my next point, which is
right.
I don't understand why they felt the need to make a new sidekick for Edgeworth when Emma Sky was right there. She could have just been Edgeworth's sidekick the whole 2 games. I think that would have been more appropriate because she's a character we like and they wanted to bring her back. So why not do that?
Also, she becomes a cop.
She
becomes the cop who is like on the scene,
and
like who is like interacting with the prosecutor and is always like the first witness.
So you might say, well, Kay Faraday has a role in the story with her dad being one of the Yatagarasu, and to that I'll retort, the whole Yatagarasu thing was dumb. And they could have just not have done that, and nothing would have been lost. Like,
but then we would have lost Kay Faraday.
What? If Kay Faraday had never existed, my point is they should have either fleshed out Kay Faraday
Pauline,
or not done this.
It would have left a Kay Faraday hole in my heart.
You wouldn't know that she would have existed if she hadn't existed. that sentence made sense. Kay Faraday is just a frustrating character to me because it just feels like she's just a very confused character in terms of narrative. I don't know. Anyway, the third case also introduced Shilong Lang, Wolf guy. I don't know how to feel about that guy.
I forget the reason why I gave him that voice. Where he talks like this. I don't remember
because he just
why.
looks like a guy who would talk like this. I don't know. It's just.
Well, I mean, I didn't want to give him like a. I mean, they don't say China; it's a different country.
Yeah, but it sounds like an at least like Asian country, the way they talk about it. I don't know. This character's kind of like I should like him, is the thing. Like I like his design, I like his attitude. I should like him, but I don't. I feel like every time.
I think that the thing that inspired me to give him that voice was like his intro where like there's a roll call and like they all like they like or roll call / head count, and he's just like, no, that's wrong.
Everyone's number one.
Every agent is number one.
I don't know, his attitude is just so fucking. Every time we have a conversation with him, I just get frustrated as like his complete lack of logic, his complete like bullshit, which is, I mean, it's a sign that the writing in this game is not good.
And then they tried later to be like, oh, he was like in on it, like he was just pretend as like, you know, he can just be a dumbass.
I don't know. I don't like this guy. There's the part where
I forgot about the fact that they couldn't examine the crime scene because
the dad,
the guy like put a barricade of money there.
He purchased the place.
Basically, he purchased the place.
He purchased the place and then tells you, "No, go away. Like that's my private property."
Really, he may as well have just made a barricade of money.
Yeah, that's the joke we made.
Basically, what he does.
It's like, dude, the police can just go. They can just like get a court warrant, a court order, a warrant, and whatever. Like, what is, huh? Like he's being an obstacle. And I think the thing that's really annoying.
That was the one with the Goyle, the Goyle with like the ring pop.
The Goyle with the ring pop and the guy who killed the other kidnapper who was her dad.
Oh, and Meekins reappears too.
Oh, and Meekins was there, I guess, and
that's great.
He gets accused of moider for like a hot minute by Shilong Lang because he's a fucking idiot. But then it's like the whole thing where the father of the culprit buys the crime scene is like the only reason they do this. Like the way they solve this is Kay Faraday pops out her little thief and recreates the scene. It's like, did we really need an excuse to do that? We could have just gone, like you could have just written they go there. I don't know. It's just like, and then there's the
I'm gonna say it right here. Like my main reason for defending Kay Faraday is because people are harsh on the character herself.
I mean, I'm harsh because I don't think she's written in a way that's interesting.
That's my point. I'm not saying that she was like she was written well, that her like gameplay mechanics make sense, that her place in the story like makes any kind of sense. I'm saying that I like her.
I understand why you like her. She has a very good visual design, and like in general, I don't mind her
Like her
peppy.
attitude.
I don't mind her peppy attitude in general. I just find that she's really one-dimensional compared to Maya or Pearl or literally any of the other assistants. She's the most one-dimensional of all of them. Then there's the thing with the corridor and the mirror and the secret space behind the mirror, and it's not on the fucking blueprints for some reason. Whatever.
Because it's on his house.
Stupid. There's the flashback case where we find out Edgeworth was gonna do a case, but then the prosecutor gets killed, or the defense attorney gets killed, and also the
the defense attorney was you.
Right, yeah, the prosecutor gets killed. What do you mean the defense attorney was me?
No, who's on first?
Who's on second?
No, what's on second?
Who's on third?
I don't know.
You don't know who's on third? Well, okay.
No, who's on first?
Who's on the... I don't think... I think I ended up not really
Why do
liking
you insist on putting who on third base? Okay.
I don't know if I ended up liking that one, honestly. There was some... I don't know.
I mean,
It was fun to see Francisca being a little baby.
oh my god, okay, that elevates it.
It does. It's at least
Seeing her be the baby, and also seeing the Kay Faraday baby and Gumshoe levitating a sweet roll.
I don't know. A lot of that was... there is...
It had a lot of also, like, it showed the judge, and his... I don't know, his proportions didn't look right. We always see the judge, like, from below, and he's like this towering figure. And it feels weird and bad to... I don't know.
I didn't mind.
Portray him as a human being.
I didn't mind. Oh, there was this whole thing with, like... There's a weird courtyard in the middle of the building
right,
that is L-shaped, right. And it makes no sense. Why is it like this?
It's not even that it's like a courtyard that doesn't have anything in it. It's like it's like a weird like crook shape.
It's a space that makes no sense architecturally, and I feel like that's how a lot of the cases written by Takeshi Yamazaki go, where because he very hard reverse engineers everything, it just like he doesn't think about anything. He doesn't think about the logistics of anything. You can see directly into
the bathroom from the waiting room.
He just doesn't think about anything at all. I don't know. I don't really remember much about this case, to be honest. It's probably the best of the game, unfortunately. It's still gonna be in B. I don't think it's an A.
Yeah.
This one goes in the trash.
Come on, let's talk about it.
Oh, I hate this one. This one's fuck. Okay. Like, there's a number. There is a handful. You know, a lot of cases have like deduction issues, logic issues, where you know something doesn't quite make sense in terms of logic. It goes back and forth. Sometimes I'm the one who's being a little dense about it, and sometimes I think the game is wrong. But there's a handful of situations in the entire series where the game is just blatantly wrong, and that pisses me off. This would be one. The part where you're trying to establish that Sheena is actually Yuka Listo and also the murderer of the first thing, and so you're like, oh, she exited the room, and I can prove that because Gumshoe was there. But like the way the game makes you demonstrate this is, no, you have to present you have to present Sheena's profile first to say that she was in the.
Yeah, she should have like she should have seen the Moiterer if the Moiterer was like slipping out
Like
that way.
The player at this point is already trying to prove that it's her, so it just feels weird to say she should have seen the Moiterer. And if you present, this is one of those situations where they should have accepted both answers and just have like tiny branches to the rest of the deduction, but they only take the one that makes the less sense. So you present Sheena's profile to be like, oh, she was there, and then Edgeworth on his own, without any prompting from the player, is like, oh, but Gumshoe was there too. Which is infuriating, because logically you would want to present Gumshoe's... hate it.
And thus Onion was done a boogle.
Yeah, Onion is resting on my desk at the moment and being very cute. He's
What a boy.
He's like just lying down on his side and with his paws up to his face, folded downwards, my little position, looking at me with big eyes like he's waiting for me to do something.
Yes, it's extraterritorial.
Yes.
Oh my god, we haven't even begun to talk about this case.
This case is so long. This case is so long. Like you finish the part where you prove.
Not only is it long, but like talking about like diagrams and like impossible space and what the hell are we looking at? It's like this big embassy complex that's cut in half.
Yeah,
and it has secret passages and shit.
You spend the whole first, I want to say first half, but let's be honest, it's the first third where you're proving that Sheena is actually Callista Yu, actually the Moiter, and then she ends that whole part by saying, it wasn't me actually. And then it's Kirk Salba, I guess. It's this old man who's got extraterritorial rights, and you gotta prove that...
Oh, we haven't talked about the, what his name's Bad, I think, isn't it?
Detective Bad. Detective Bad was an okay character. I don't think we saw enough of him to really be a character that I find like memorable. I mean, he's memorable, it's just I don't think there's enough of him. I don't know. I like the gimmick of he has a thing in his mouth and you think it's a cigarette the whole time, but then it's a lollipop. That's fun.
Yeah.
I don't know. That case has like the resolution of the whole Yatagarasu mystery. It's like, oh, there were 3 of them actually, because there's the cop, the prosecutor.
You forgot the part where the Yatagarasu appeared.
Oh, fucking hell.
And they were like, get him!
Get it! It's just like, it's not even a silhouette of a person. It's the silhouette of his symbol. And everyone's like, he's here! And it's so obvious.
Like, okay. And it's like, what? He disappeared into thin air.
It's so obvious that it's a distraction. And you spend all this fucking time like moving the statues to recreate the fucking silhouette, like it fucking matters. Ugh.
Look, Pearl's theme song is here to comfort you.
It's okay. There's the whole part with Wendy Oldbag and Larry Butts, and once Larry Butts was trying to go.
There's samurai dogs in this one.
The samurai dogs. The samurai dogs box has like a little circle in it, and a single drop of blood fell into the circle and filled it entirely. And this means we can examine the blood and we can find out it was killed in this other room, and so you don't have extraterritorial rights. And this case is trash. Oh boy, it's not gonna get better. So, this one with the president gets attacked. The president of the other country, Zheng Fa. Was it the country? Zheng Fa? I think so.
I think so, yeah.
President of Zheng Fa is a press conference in a different country, and gets shot, or like his bodyguard gets shot, and then Edgeworth shows up and deduces that the Shelley the Killer is here, but doesn't recognize him, which is infuriating. Like, Edgeworth, you know what he looks like. What is happening? There's the thing with, like, I forget her name, the Lauterhart's like disciple. Tabby Lloyd. Like, see, in my head I had her fan translation name. This is gonna fuck me up a lot, because I played the fan translation on my own, and then when we played it together, we played the official localization, and all the names are pretty much different. And her fan translation name was Nicole Swift, not Tabby Lloyd, which is pretty different.
Nicole Swift.
I don't know. Look, it's a fan translation. I don't know. Her gimmick is, I don't know. Her thing is ridiculous. Like, oh, I really wanted to have a scoop, so I accepted to do this plan where the president would get shot. So
look, I just pointed a laser at him.
I just pointed a laser. Oh, the whole thing with, like, look, he has a mole on his face in this picture. Red mole! Red mole!
Look, Pauline, it's not... Actually, is it...
Is it what?
I was just thinking about whether that's, like, a worse attempt to get a scoop than stealing a poison and then, like, in the news story,
I feel
revealing that the poison was stolen and nobody knew about it because you stole it.
I feel like the poison guy is worse in terms of, like, what were you thinking? But it's like, it's on the same level, really. It's not a huge difference in stupidity. I don't know. It's trash. I don't care.
Wait, no, we're not done yet, though.
Bronco
we gotta
horse.
talk about.
We gotta talk
about
Horse Bronco.
Horse Bronco, yeah.
His name was Night Horse. I don't remember.
Night Horse. No, it would.
Bronco something. Nightly is his fan translation name. It was Bronco something.
No, I thought it was Horace Bronco.
Horace, yes, Horace. That's what it was.
Yeah, horse.
Horace. I don't know. I don't really remember anything I like about that case. There's Shelley the Killer's new design, but aside from that, like, his presence doesn't really...
You forgot about where the president turns out that he was inflated.
He was inflated. I mean, that was a fun bit, I guess. Do you want to put this one in C? I guess it's not as bad as some of the ones after.
Look, they bring back extraterritoriality.
They do.
But
is that good?
Then Edgeworth is like, no, we're not doing that again.
Edgeworth just shuts it down. Like, no, shut up. There's okay. 2-2 is. I'm gonna instantly put this one in the trash. The prison with the animals. So, you know, I don't look. The whole prison animal gimmick, I'm like, this is just Ace Attorney, whatever. Let's just go. Let's just run with it. What annoys me about this case is how many times they pretend, like, they make you think you found the bad guy. This is it. You're gonna get him. You're like doing the last interrogation with him to nail him, and then they're like, twist, it was a different guy, and they do this twice. So like first they introduce this like super like dangerous assassin guy who plays chess and carves stuff in wood in his cell, and it's like you can kind of guess that it's not gonna be him because it's so they make it too obvious, you know. And then it turns out it's the boxer guy, and you examine his cell, and there's this huge fuck off hole dug in the ground that nobody noticed.
Yes, because the ground is made of chocolate. Don't forget the fact that the ground is made of chocolate cake. We know this because it smells like cake.
I forget what the relevance of the chocolate cake was. Why was
it was just because it smelled like cake, and that was like a plot development. It was like, why does the escape tunnel smell like cake? And you know, it turns out to be like perfume that like leads you to like the actual culprit.
All right, they afterwards you find out the cake was made by
It's not cake, it's perfume.
No, but there is cake at some point.
There's cake, but it's
made by the cook guy the cook show guy who went to jail.
Oh, wait, no, I think that. Oh my god, that I can't tell it's headcanon anymore.
No, that was real. They introduced the idea of the prisoners get cake regularly in Case 2, and then Case 3 is all about this cooking show guy who went to jail a long time ago, and you realize, oh, he's the one baking the cake. That's like a little detail. It's not a thing that matters too much.
Then why does perfume smell like cake?
I don't. It's one of those things where I would have to replay the case, but it's so fucking long. Every case in this game is so fucking long. It does not need to be this long. It feels like the longest one. Like, I think maybe other games had longer cases, but because this one is so boring and infuriating and poorly written, it feels like the longest. You just want it to go. It's so much of the dialogue feels like padding in every single scene.
They also introduce your
you should have been there
recurring antagonists.
Zonk Noise, you should have been there when we talked about 3.5, and if you disagree with me, just go away. I don't even, I knew this one would make people angry. We don't like the resolution with Godo, if you need to know. Godo's whole plan makes zero sense.
Yeah,
and
I don't have any
just go back in the. I'm not like re-explaining all these details. Just look at the fucking past broadcast. It'll be in there. Where was I? Tutu. I like the villain. Like, I just like her design. All right, you get banned. Sorry, you go away. Godo did something's wrong. You don't get to come in here and tell us Godo did nothing wrong. Godo did a lot of things wrong.
Well, it says that he did wrong. That's what that says, but like, I don't know.
I didn't feel like, go away. I like the gel lady. I just like her design with all the animals that are stuck to her. And I don't know, the way you defeat her and all the animals fall off, that's fun. It's like, all these games are like, have excellent character design with one exception. The one exception being Gavel. I don't like Gavel's design. Gavel has such a... Why is her dress like this? Why is her hair like this? Why is her hair a big slab of meat? It looks terrible. It looks... I don't know if it was, but it looks like it was done by a guest artist who has an art style that just kind of clashes. I don't know. Even when they do other characters with an art style that's not quite the same, like Meekins. Like, I don't love Meekins, but I kind of get what they're doing. It's like... It's a cartoon character. It's like a funny character. What about Simon? Like Simon Blackwell?
No, Simon from the circus.
Simeon. I don't care. I think I just don't. I don't. We'll get to it later, but the reveal of him being the mastermind is just so stupid. I don't know. I'm kind of torn between C and F on this one, but I don't know. I feel like if I put everything in C, C is just going to be like a long line of cases. I want to put this one in B because there are aspects of it I like, but man, this one was also too long and way too convoluted. I like that we saw Gregory Edgeworth. That's fun. I don't know if we needed to explain what case killed him. I think it would have been more fun if it was a case, another case, I don't know. I think it kind of robs the whole mystery of Gregory Edgeworth if you're just like, oh, the case he was working on was between a bunch of chefs who were doing a cooking competition. That was fucking that was fucking ridiculous. It's a small thing, but I enjoy that between the flashback and the present time, basically every character that's in both ages, except for the pharmacy lady, who is the same, the same age. So you're just wondering, what? Are you a vampire?
No, she's a werewolf.
No, why would you? No, she's a vampire.
Because she's a pharmacist.
What does that have to do with being a werewolf?
I told you.
And I forgot.
You got there. Look, it's Yuri manga with the big lady and vampire.
All right, okay, all right. Sure, just because one werewolf is a pharmacist doesn't mean all werewolves are pharmacists, or vice versa. A vampire can also be a pharmacist.
Anyway. I'm gonna need proof.
Oh boy, look, there's too many Yuri mangas to read in the world. Yeah. I'm
Wait,
struggling.
so this was the one with the
chocolate.
I mean, yeah, the chocolate.
The cookery, the convoluted. This is the one where the bad guy took the body, put it in a statue of like ice cream, not ice cream, like sorbet or something.
Yeah.
And emphasized that he put blood on the strings of the lyre.
Yeah, he made sure to do that.
And every time he mentioned that, I was like, why? Like, there didn't seem to be a reason.
You say every time, but really he just said one time. He's like, I made sure to put the blood on the lyre strings.
I don't know. It's just...
And it's just like...
Maybe.
Like, the only reason he did that was so that the pharmacy lady, who's a fraud and who just wanted to eat the confectionery, like, would eat the strings and be like, I didn't like those though, they were salty.
See,
and then you're like, why is it salty? And then it turns out that the salt lamp was used as a murder weapon.
This is another example of like trying to coming up with a solution, with a situation, and trying to reverse engineer it, and you come up with complete nonsense, like why the body was found in this ice sculpture, and the pharmacy lady ate the strings because she wanted to taste everything, and they tasted salty. Why did they taste salty? Because there was blood on it. Why was there blood on it? Because the body's in the sculpture. Why is the body in the sculpture? Because this guy was trying to hide it, and it's the only place he could find. But he made sure to put blood on the strings because otherwise it wouldn't make sense that the strings are salty. It's like, what are you talking about? This doesn't make sense.
I don't mind like the whole like salt, the whole salt thing. It's more of just like, I feel like you could have made a reason for why the traces of the salt would be there,
but that's
other than he made sure to do that.
That's the
for no reason other than to back build the reason why it's there.
That's the problem. That is the problem with Takeshi Yamazaki and how he writes stories, is that he's very bad at it. He's very bad. He's very bad at the mechanics of the moide. He's very bad at how the events lead to one another. He does it backwards, which again, that is how a lot of writers do it. But you need to have a bird's eye view of the whole thing and actually like iron out all the details, because then you end up with this bullshit where it makes no sense. I'm really tempted to put it in C, but I don't know. I like Gregory Edgeworth. I don't like Eddie Fender, but
Eddie Fender did.
I don't like Eddie Fender, but I kind of like young Eddie Fender. Young Eddie Fender is funnier. I don't mind him so much. Older Eddie Fender he just makes me uncomfortable. Edgeworth, come on, become a defense attorney. Hey, come on, just become a defense attorney. Hey, I'm your old dad's pal. You should become a defense attorney. No, go away, dude. Leave me alone. Why are you doing this? What is this track? Let me just switch to something better.
Jay, I don't know if you're saying that just because, like, when Pauline was like, "Hey, do you know who the final villain is?" It's someone like on the cover of the game, and I was just hoping that Eddie Fender would have been relevant.
Yeah. No.
At any point.
No,
he wasn't.
He's just kind of there. He's just kind of the guy that follows you. He doesn't really have a role in anything. He's just there to be like, hey, I'm the shadow of your past, of your legacy, of your father's legacy, I guess. It doesn't really.
And Edgeworth is just like, I would have thought I was my father's legacy.
No, it's just like he's trying to be like, oh, Edgeworth, you forget where you came from and you should consider it. And then at the end, it's like, well, I'm not allowed to have character development because this is a side game, so I'm going to go back to being a prosecutor. And also, there's nothing wrong with that. 2-4, trash. Go in the trash, 2-4. I don't
Let's talk about it.
I don't like the whole. It's frustrating because they take Kay Faraday and it's like, oh, a thing happens to her to make. I don't want to say I'm glad she got injured, but it's like something happens to her that might give her character development, but it doesn't really. I feel like that's not what happens. I feel like what happens is that Kay Faraday just gets replaced by a different girl who acts completely differently. And then by the end of the case, Edgeworth shows her a journal and she's like, oh, I'm back to my normal identity now.
Also, I guess I didn't need any of these bandages.
Yeah, no, the bandages, they just put those in, the nurse just felt like putting those on.
The noise.
Noise. It's just, it's such a deep fear of upsetting the status quo.
Deep fear.
No,
That's
stop.
a good choice of word.
This is the thing that in fiction, in serial fiction, always annoys me, is when they present a situation that would change the status quo significantly in a way that would be interesting, but then by the end of the episode, you gotta go back to the status quo, so we gotta revert everything, and they do it in the clumsiest way.
There's a case where we learn about the Ace Attorney memorabilia smuggling ring.
Boy, the smuggling ring. Oh, we didn't bring this
like
up.
There's just like an auction house.
We didn't bring this up when that case was on the talking, but remember that time Xilong Lang accused Francisca of moider, just to make everyone go somewhere. And then he was like, I didn't really think it was you. I was just a ploy to make Edgeworth deduce the real thing, I guess. I don't know. Anyway, I don't know what I'm thinking about that.
You say, do you remember that? And the funny thing is, I legit have no recollection of that. Like, really, you could have just made something up.
That was in the embassy case, and that case is so fucking long. There's too much of it.
I think that the only thing I remember out of that was the whole, like, where Long was like, yeah, I wasn't actually a dumbass. I was just, like, leading you on.
I don't know. I think he's a dumbass.
Yeah, he's a dumbass.
There's the part where the crossbows and they move the statues and with string, with like cables, and that's just, I don't know why I'm going back to this case. Let's move forward.
Yes, let's talk about let's talk about the auction house that we're never like, wait, so is the entire committee for like prosecutorial excellence like they're all corrupt, right?
Hey. I made a clip of the part of that case that infuriated me the most with the blood, where I don't know why. I have literally no idea what Edgeworth is trying to say. I do not understand the train of logic in that deduction. It makes zero sense. I don't know if something got lost in translation or what.
What is it?
I don't even know how to describe it. It's like there's a deduction at some point where Gavel is like, how can you prove that the ringleader is the one who committed the moider? And you have to present the blood that's in the committee chamber. And his reasoning is if it was anyone else, they would have. Oh my god, I can't even parse. I can't. It's so confused. It's something about cleaning the blood. If they, or like it's a oh my god, I can't. There's blood in the warehouse right above where they keep all the shit, and then and then some of it drips down in the chamber, but it seems to be implied they added more blood there to hide the fact that it was done elsewhere in the warehouse. So if they put blood here to hide that it was in the warehouse, and the only person who could have done that is the ringleader, because that's the only person who would have a motivation to hide the blood that was in the warehouse, I guess. I don't know. It's just it doesn't make sense. The whole thing doesn't make sense. And it's like, when you're trying to answer the question, what proof do you have it was the ringleader? There's like 3 or 4 other pieces of evidence that would work, that should work. The number one being that the ringleader swapped his outfit with the victim. So he's the one who did it. And the game just doesn't accept that. I hate it. Excelsius Winter is the name.
What you're thinking of is Eustace. Eustace is his son.
Eustace is his son. In the French translation, they were Sebastian the Best and Blaze the Best. Blaze because he's got a lighter, I guess.
Was this in case 4 or 5 where Eustace like has character development where he's just like, oh, I'm a dumbass?
So it happens in both. That's the thing, is that case 4 is about this murder in the committee and the whole like warehouse full of stolen stuff that they sell in an auction. And then case 5 starts with, oh, we found the president killed and maybe like flattened by a giant monster. So you start that case, and then suddenly that case just gets stalled hard, and case 4 comes back to be like, hey, you gotta finish dealing with me now. And that's when the little kid gets kidnapped, who turns out to be Gavel's son, and
he's also not as much of a little kid as he appears. He's just he is a kid. It's just that he's a lot smaller.
And so there's 2 factions who try to kidnap this kid. There's Simeon, who actually kidnaps him, and then there's the Excelsius Winter's goons, who they have instructions to kidnap a kid, and they kidnap Eustace instead because they're fucking dumbasses. It's just like, you kidnapped your own son, you idiots. It's so and I gotta talk about Mind Chess.
Yes.
I can't believe how much Mind Chess is a fucking useless minigame. It's so... but you know what? I had a revelation about that. Mind Chess is a worthless, stupid minigame because it's just a dialogue tree, and the minigame is just, you pick a branch, and then you look at the witness's animation to see if they're agitated, and the game literally tells you this is the animation you're looking for. And if they're agitated, if they do that one animation, you just bide your time. Otherwise, you press, and that's it. You press them, and that's it. And if some of the dialogue trees, you need to do them in a specific order, and the game isn't really very clear about that. Like, there's not really an intuitive way to go on about it. And it's not compelling. There's like 2 that are kind of memorable, which is like the Larry Butts one, because the Larry Butts one, you have to bide your time like 5 times in a row, and then the second time you have to press him 5 times in a row. Like, it's them trying to do something funny with it, but the design space of this thing is so restrained that it's like barely noteworthy. And then there's the Eustace one, which overall I don't think is that good, to be honest. But the really funny thing about it is that the first thing you can tell him is you're a worthless human being. And just make him even more depressed.
You don't do that.
And you get a trophy for doing it. But it's just, I don't know. Aside from that, it's just a worthless minigame. But, right, so I had a revelation, is that there is actually a game that does this in a way that works. And it's Of the Devil. Of the Devil has the system where you either raise or you wait, like you tap your fingers. We've only seen it once.
No, you stay.
You stay.
Like the finger tapping is just that's just a casino.
I know.
Etiquette.
I know. You raise your stay, and so it plays on your understanding of the opponent's argument and the evidence that you have to see, do you think you have something to retort, or do you think the opponent is going to win that argument? So you stay or you raise to see if you can get more money, or if you can prevent yourself from losing too much. We've only seen a couple of those, and they were pretty like tutorial ones in episode 0, but episode 1 has more of them, and I really like that system. And replaying it with you, it made me realize, oh, this is what Mind Chess should have been. This is what Mind Chess should have been. This is how... I don't know. It's not quite the same, but I think it's a system that actually works. It actually... I think the thing that really works for me, too, is that if you lose, it doesn't make you redo the entire conversation. You move on. The game isn't trying to figure out which path in the conversation tree to take. The game is, can you figure out where this conversation is going? Can you figure out who's gonna win this conversation? Is it your character or the one in front of you? So I think that's why it works. I don't know if you could retrofit that in an Ace Attorney game, because they don't really have the same point systems. I just thought it was an epiphany I had when we were playing episode 0 of the Devil.
I mean, when that comparison like came up, because I have brain rot, I obviously had to be like, oh, I should bide my time.
I mean, it's you saying that made me realize the whole thing, Anyway, let's go in the trash. Hot air balloons do not work that way. They do not.
No, let's talk more about it.
What is there to talk? This case is so long. This case is so long because a third of it is just finishing case 4 in the middle of it, and then this whole thing about like the president was actually dead 10 years ago, or whatever, and his body double took his place. The Kay Faraday and her like holographic thing, like she just has a portable holodeck, and it just really stretches my disbelief.
Suspension
is disbelief. Simeon is just I don't like him.
Oh my god, there was that whole thing where he didn't know who his father was.
The whole father.
And then he changed his mind about whether he knew who his father was.
He instantly changed his opinion of his own father when he realized which one was his own father. It's like, oh, my dad was I don't even remember which one is his dad.
His dad was the Moiderer.
Oh, my dad was killed by this other guy. Oh, my dad was the Moiderer. I hate my dad. That whole thing was it's just so convoluted. There's just a point in these murder mysteries where if you introduce too many elements and you need a fucking chart to like get it all straight, no, stop. Just go back to the drawing board. Simplify this whole thing. This is, I feel like, this Ace Attorney Investigations 2 second Edge Rush game is the one that tries to have an overarching story the most of all of the games, because every single case in that game is about that whole story. And I mean, I don't know. I guess I appreciate that they tried, but they didn't manage to do it. I don't think it works. And hot air balloons do not work that way. He just shoots the nacelle. He just shoots the nacelle like it's gonna do anything. And then the hot air balloon.
Oh, sorry, the basket. What'd you call it?
The nacelle. That's what you call it. You call it a nacelle.
Do you?
The basket. The whatever.
Look, I don't know anything about Nine Nine Senpai. I don't know anything about like ballooning.
Well, here's the thing about hot air balloons. You cannot control where they go. You just like your control is up and wait. Like you don't even like. Okay, I think some designs have a way to go down where you can release hot air. Like there's a way to release hot air from the top, but it's not every design of hot air balloon. And I don't think it would be enough to make a hot air balloon fall on someone hard enough to kill them. Not in the way that it happens in this. But also, you cannot control where a hot air balloon goes on the horizontal plane. That's dumb.
Look, he knew where the wind was going.
You also could not convince a city to let you operate a hot air balloon from like to
like through the streets,
like to
between
depart,
buildings,
between buildings to depart, because again, you don't control that thing. The wind will just push you wherever it feels like. And
man,
like,
somebody needs to be made aware of like the Macy's Thanksgiving Day parade and like the Cat in the Hat.
The only thing you can do with a hot air balloon to try to steer yourself is try to find different winds. Like if a wind pushes you the east and you don't like that, you can try to go up and see if the wind a bit more up will push you in a different direction. That's all you can do. There's no way to steer it in a way that's like wanted. Like you just have to go with the flow. That's why no one uses a hot air balloon in a city. You do that in the country.
Do you know about the Macy's Thanksgiving Day parade and the Cat in the Hat?
I mean, I've heard of the parade. I don't know what the Cat in the Hat is.
The Cat in the Hat balloon. At one point, the balloon like got caught in the wind, and the Cat in the Hat, like the hat was like a particularly long part, and I think it became like untethered, or like they lost control of it, and the hat portion of the balloon like collided with a street lamp, and so like the head of the street lamp like came off and plummeted and hit a spectator, and that killed them.
Oh, is that a Dr. Seuss character?
The Cat in the Hat is a Dr. Seuss character.
Okay,
yes.
I looked it up. I see. I have an idea of what it is. Yeah.
But yeah, so the ballooning in a city is like, it's like heavily regulated for reasons like that. Like, and that's just for, you know, display balloons.
Yeah.
Imagine like trying to move a vehicle through the city streets. It's
And
just like, no.
There's the... Oh, yeah, I made that's one of the clips I made. The whole thing where, like, you have a camera picture of, like, the movie studio lot, and you zoom in on a part that's completely 100% black. You zoom in with, like, Gumshoe's enhanced thing, and suddenly, like, the buff buddy of the president is just there. Like, the algorithm just decided to place there. It's so dumb. It's like, it's the most... They do this gimmick a couple times, and I don't care for it, because it's just... I don't like zoom and enhance bullshit in detective stuff. But, like, you couldn't enhance this! It doesn't even look like there's anything, and then the body's there. It's so dumb. It's like they didn't even try to like they didn't put like if they had put a blurry bullshit in here, I would have still disliked it, but I would have been like, okay, I see what you're doing.
Wait, was that his dead body? Because like
It was
upright.
but they just I don't know. They must have not had a sprite of him being upright because the idea was that he was like being lowered down with a rope, I think, or something. And but
Oh my god, that's stupid.
Yes, it is. It's just it's just
But
his body.
why does it look like he's standing? I mean,
I'm guessing
you explained why. It's because they didn't have a sprite of the.
They just had the one sprite. They didn't want to make another one just for this.
You know, it's weird. It's just like why bother making a sprite then? Why didn't you just like make it? Why didn't you just like make it art? Like
I mean, I'm guessing the same. They didn't want to draw art for this. They just, I don't know, this whole case is baffling. It's fucking Excelsis is looking for a different thing that's proof of a bad murder that happened a long time ago. He's gonna
and
dig,
he did it. He did it. He did it specifically like in holes that looked like giant kaiju hoof marks.
which he dug through the concrete.
Through the concrete.
It's concrete. It's fucking concrete on here. How do you do that? Bad case. Moving on. Apollo Justice 4-1. I put this one in A. I like this one.
You're gonna have to bring me back.
Right. So
this. Oh right. This is the one where you're your Mia.
your mentor.
Your Mia like turns out to actually be evil.
Yeah, your mentor is the murderer. I like that. I like the first witness, Olga something. I like that she's like little shy Russian waitress, and then she reveals, I'm a pirate actually.
I don't know why she's a pirate.
It's good character
But she
design.
is.
I don't know, it's good character design. I don't know. I like that Phoenix is a bum. It has the line.
Oh my god, yeah. We're bringing in like Bad Dad Phoenix
Bad
and
Dad.
like yeah, the fact that he's just like wait, if I don't react to anything, I don't take damage. All right.
I like that he just. Oh, it's quite based actually. That's a funny line. It's funny now. I guess at the time they didn't realize it would be funny this way. But
Which was the style at the time.
yeah, I don't know. The setup of the murder, I don't think is. It's fine. There's like I remember a couple details that annoyed me, or I'm like, I don't know if this completely works. The fact that there was just a secret passage felt a little easy, I guess. Like I don't think there's anything about it that I found completely illogical. So I'll just let that
I did
ride.
mention that there's a precedence for that in like gambling houses. Although this is a
That's
gambling
true.
house where there's no gambling.
Well, there is gambling.
No, the stakes are fun.
Well, yeah, but like I think
It's free play. That's not gambling. That's just
I'm wondering if it's would this be a rating thing? Would this be a thing where like I don't know. No, probably not.
well, I mean, it's also a matter of like whether like whether Phoenix is actually like engaged in gambling
Yeah.
and whether he gets his tiny
No, I was
his
just-
tiny baby daughter involved in gambling.
I was just wondering, would Japan have issues with like depicting gambling in video games? But they have casinos in a lot of video games. They don't seem to have an issue with that, so I don't know. Like there's a casino in fucking Pokemon.
Tiny, just like a little moat, a little dot of a tangent here, but gambling shows up a lot in Hololive. I know that you don't use. I don't think it's like gotcha, but like in Hololive, particularly in Minecraft servers,
Oh,
like
boy.
there's a whole in-game economy that they have. They use diamonds as like money, and quite often what they use their in-game money on is gambling. Like they just create casinos.
I mean, in a video game where there's not that extensive of a currency system and like stuff to buy with it, I guess that's what you would do. I don't know if their server adds merch and stuff.
It's not real money.
I'm aware.
They're gambling with time, basically.
Yeah, I guess.
Like the time that it takes to like get diamonds.
4-2.
Okay, but let's go back to yeah.
I liked 4-2 more than I thought I would.
I forget which one that is.
So 4-2 is the little Yakuza punk who
Oh right.
is like, I'm gonna kill this guy and we have to defend him. I like it because the situation that he's in, it's not one of those situations like with Maya getting accused of murder because her name is written in blood. It's not a situation like Meekins where you can plainly see he was unconscious, there's no way he could have done it. There's a very good reason to suspect your client. He accosted the victim with a knife. And there's a witness to that.
And he's just like, I'm gonna kill this guy.
Like,
and like after the fact he's like, yeah, I messed that guy up.
so I like that it starts with a client that, you know, for all intents and purposes, from the available evidence, it does look like he did it. But we figure out he didn't. I don't know. I think maybe the one thing that holds it back is I don't know that all the characters were really that compelling. There was the part with like the student who was stealing panties, and then we made panty theft an actual crime.
Yeah, like it's. I mean, we say that that's like one of two crimes, but like technically, I don't know if you'd call it like larceny, but like being mask to mask is a crime.
Well, yeah. No, the student, the nerd,
right,
is generally, I see a lot of people say, oh, he's the worst part of the case, and honestly, weirdly, I didn't mind him that much. Like, I thought
it's strange how inoffensive I find the idea of Trucy writes magic panties.
Yeah.
Because it's obviously like one of those like, you know, like kind of borderline lecherous jokes about like an underage character.
Yeah, but
for some reason it never feels like it's at like Trucy's expense.
Because it's
like she's just like, these are my magic panties, and everyone's like, stop calling them that! Oh my god!
And also, it's like, it's not even a thing she wear, it's a magic prop. But like, when I was replaying this with you, my assumption was that once this character would show up, he would be about as annoying as Salmonella. And he was a little annoying, but he wasn't nearly as bad.
Yeah, no, he's not that annoying. He's like, when you're talking about like annoying characters, like he just, you know, he fills that role, I suppose.
He fills that role intentionally, but it doesn't feel. I personally didn't feel like there was too much
when you
of
mention
him.
like Salmonella, it's not just that he's annoying; he's also offensive.
Yeah.
Oh my god, speaking of offensive, we never talked about the doctor guy in any of those games. Because the doctor guy who wasn't a doctor, he was a patient.
Yeah, I guess it's you know, sometimes you just don't want to remember certain characters. Some characters you just don't want to remember them.
Yeah,
I'm not
but yeah,
gonna.
no, this guy, and his like his weird, his weird asexual yearning for the secret of the panties.
Mm,
I didn't find that too bothersome.
mm.
I thought that was funny.
I was surprised at myself at how I didn't actually dislike it as much as I thought I would.
Mm.
Yeah, I think
and it's interesting because that's kind of a tangent in the case.
so this case is the one that introduces Gavin, the cool rock star prosecutor. And here's the thing.
Yeah.
If this was the only case we had ever seen Gavin in, I would think he's a cool character. The problem is that then they made more. The problem is what they did afterwards.
There's one. Yeah, there's a case in specific.
There's one line from him. Like the first time Apollo meets him, is Gavin looks at him and he's like, "Well, I've never felt this way about a guy." And that line.
Wait, what?
I don't.
I'm sorry. The audio like.
I've never felt this way about a man.
Oh.
It's. I don't remember the exact line. I don't know if I'm gonna find it. Ace Attorney Gavin quotes. Clavier Gavin. It's like. Do they have quotes in this thing? Not really. Transcripts. That's a lot of text.
Goto, I don't mind your like theme music and like the whole hard-boiled persona. If you were less of a scumbag and an idiot, I wouldn't mind you so much. Sorry, I'm talking to a fictional character just because his theme music appeared in the background.
So he's like, "Excuse me, coming through. Ah, it's you, Mr. Gavin." And now Apollo thinks, "Who's this guy?" And Gavin tells him directly, "I must say, I'm used to being expected by the ladies. This is the first time I felt this way with a man." So that line, I think, started the idea that Apollo and Gavin are shipped together, which, you know, would be fine if he didn't turn out to be one of the most frustratingly written characters afterward. So, yeah, am I forgetting anything about 4-2? There's the guy with the noodle stand.
Whose theme music is this?
Let me check. This is Beauty Hermitage. I think. Oh, this is the Armstrong.
Armstrong, yeah.
His restaurant.
Like as you were like looking it up, I was just like, who does this make me think of? And then I'm like, wait, this is that awful restaurant, isn't it?
Yeah. Let's have some Apollo Justice music here. Where's... There we go.
Oh, and that's where you were kind of like befuddled by like the whole Francophile fine dining as.
I mean, I
like,
know it's
super fake aesthetic.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was on purpose.
I mean, yes, it is on purpose. I was just saying, like, as like a broader cultural phenomenon, where like
I'm allowed
people
to
abroad
complain.
are just like, oh, French food, it's very fancy.
I'm allowed to complain about these things. So we gotta move on to 4-3, which goes in the trash. This is
should we bring out the diagram?
God. I mean, I could just bring. I have a whole 10-minute video about why this case doesn't work, or at least why this one trick doesn't work. It's a complete plot hole. But also, even the first day is incredibly frustrating. What with the prosecutor insisting that a tiny blind child killed a man twice his size with a gun that is far too heavy, and then we point out that he's blind, and he's like, yeah, that's why he missed, because he's blind. And then we figure out, oh, he's not blind actually, and he's like, yeah, he's not blind, so he could have done it. It's like, dude, what do you want? No. This doesn't work.
That just makes me think of. I mentioned it before, but that really does make me think of Pulp Fiction and The Miracle.
Yeah.
Where like a guy like shows up with I forget if it was a Magnum, but the way that Samuel L. Jackson's character talks about it, it sounds like he's referring to a Magnum, because he just shows up and starts very panically just firing at both of them, and like they don't have time to respond, but then like after he empties the gun, they're just left standing there, and they just see like a bunch of giant bullet holes behind them. And they just shrug and then shoot the guy to death.
You know?
And Samuel L. Jackson, like, finds very deep meaning in this. He's just like, that gun was bigger than he was.
You know, it occurs to me.
He was like, how are we alive?
I just flashed back to... It just made me flash back to a show that I used to watch when I was a kid, where they recreated that moment from Pulp Fiction with Muppets. Yeah, of course it's on YouTube. I could show it to you, but it wouldn't really make sense, because it's also like the puppets are political figures from France. So it relies on you knowing who they are to understand the joke.
I mean, you could try me. There's like a few.
I'll show it to you.
I mean, I suck at names, but like.
I'll show it to you afterwards when we're done with this. Remember the fucking. They were smuggling a cocoon. Because.
The cocoon smuggling thing.
The cocoon smuggling, because it's the only ingredient to a specific disease, which is called incuritis. You know, like there's funny Ace Attorney names like Malpractice or Palmeractus, I think it was the river, but like it's funny pun names. And then there's just a name where there's a degree of joke names where it's like, did you even try? It feels like you didn't try.
Oh man, we kind of breezed over the one case that we actually liked, and like the whole thing of like the long-standing mystery of like, why was the victim hauling a noodle cart that wasn't even his?
Yeah.
Like, why was his body found there?
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah. But yeah,
fucking
fast
cocoon.
Forward to the present where we're talking about this shit.
Fucking cocoon is just, there's this disease and you need this cocoon, but they're not allowing because the cocoon can also be poison if it's badly prepared.
I don't know if I forget if that is.
Like, there was a reason why.
What's the reason why they?
It was dumb. I just remembered that it was dumb. I don't like you in this case. I've talked about this case a lot when we were doing it, and I have a whole video about it. I feel like we could just move on.
Yeah, we go. Well, don't forget the part where the guitar got lit on fire, and like that didn't affect the sound of the guitar when
like,
he was playing it, and like he couldn't feel the weight of it. He couldn't feel like, hey, there's something in this guitar.
Yeah, like the device that sets it on fire is fucking massive inside the thing, and he just never realized it was there, that the guitar was way heavier. Fuck off. Fuck off.
Also, the villain, if I'm honest,
oh, it was boring.
It was boring, and if I'm honest, that's actually like character design I just liked. I don't like his character design.
I agree. His character design is bad. It's one of the rare examples.
I understand the joke. I understand what they're going for with his fucking giant pompadour hairstyle.
The thing is, I don't like it. It's a visual joke you would do on a throwaway character, like a character that's just being a nuisance in the background, like Lotta Hart. It's not a character design you put on a character you want to look at constantly, who's the murderer and also a police officer. I don't know. I feel it feels like it's inappropriate.
Oh, and the fact that the fucking guy, like, he did the thing where, you know, it's like, you know, the victim obviously wouldn't write their name in their blood, and so he didn't write his name in his own blood. He wrote his agent identification number in his own blood.
Wow.
It's like,
he knows it by heart.
What the fuck?
I really hate the whole trope. I don't even know if it's a trope. I guess it is. The whole trope of like the victim writing something in blood and then having to figure out if they actually did it or not. Because it just feels like hack. It just feels like hack writing. I don't like it. I don't think you should ever do it. It's bad. It's bad. And then the other thing that's annoying is Broken Clock Watch for Time of Death. Broken Clock Watch for Time of Death is a cliche that I don't love. But at least
it's like, it's borderline sensible.
It's borderline sensible. Like, you could imagine it happening. And you can also I can see, like, when the politician guy does it in Colombo and the cops just make that jump to that conclusion that it's the time when he was dead, and Colombo has to figure out it's not. That's compelling to me.
Like, he looks at the watch. I mean, he looks at a lot of things, because Colombo is like a more believable and less asshole-ish Sherlock Holmes.
Yeah.
Where he gets a lot of information like right away, but like he looks at the watch and he's just like, no, this doesn't make sense. And so then he like runs over to like examine the body and like look at all his clothes, and he's like, yeah, no, I didn't think that made sense.
But
like,
the writing something in blood, it gets me, because almost every single time they do it, it's like, oh, the victim died instantly, so then how did they write this in blood? Excuse me, I'm gonna update the autopsy report. They died almost instantly. I feel like even if you didn't die instantly, like, when you die, your brain doesn't work too good. Your body stops functioning. You don't have the ability to do something precise, like write a name in blood. And even if you had the ability, like, you took a long time to die.
Hot take from Pauline Ragney: when you die, your brain doesn't work too good.
Yeah. Is that a hot take? Or is that just a fact? Fact of death.
That's the subtitle for this stream, is fact of death.
I guess that's what I'll call it.
No, let's not do that.
It's 4-4. Man, I don't think I liked 4-4.
Can you
So
can you run
okay,
it through?
Horror 4 is hard to summarize. This painter guy dies,
Right.
and it
This
turns
is the one
out
that introduces the. We call it the metaverse. It's
Yeah.
because of the really, really weird framing device and
The
the way
frame-
they word it.
the framing device is very strange because it's Phoenix presenting. So okay, hold up. There's two parts of this case. The first part is Phoenix in the past defending this magician who is accused of murdering his mentor.
I'm sorry. It's
Yes, amateurish, I know.
yes. This game just kind of started that whole thing with magicians for
Magicians.
us.
This magician accused of killing his mentor, but then we assume it's the other one. We accuse the other one. But then it turns out, in the end, we learn that the mentor just shot himself. And it's like, why was this ever an issue then?
He shot himself perfectly in the forehead.
Like, you should have realized that's what happened. Anyway, so this whole trial goes to shit. Phoenix gets accused of fabricating evidence, and the way they introduce that whole concept feels so artificial. Like, it's not within a deduction you're making, it's just the trial is basically over, and then they tacked on a bit of the story where Phoenix presented evidence that was bad.
It also like feels it feels like really unfairly framed,
Yeah.
where like there's evidence that Phoenix like puts forward, and it seems to be treated as I can understand why it's treated as irrelevant whether or not Phoenix intended this,
Yeah.
but like it turns out to be false evidence, and so they're like, did you present false evidence in court? And so like there's this whole thing where like we talk a lot about backpedaling on Edgeworth, doing dirty tricks.
Yeah, I didn't mention that actually.
And then he becomes like
that's one thing I didn't like about 1.5 is how they backpedal on Edgeworth being like making up evidence is like, oh, actually someone else did it and he presented it without knowing it. I didn't like that. It felt like that cheapened his character.
And yeah, like Von Karma, we have the button because it was like Von Karma did nothing wrong. And
wait, do I still have that somewhere? Hold up. Wait, where is Von Karma? Oh, it's because he's below. Okay. No, he's below the Firefox window. What if I do this? It's the Von Karma.
But yeah,
never
like
do anything wrong.
you get the feeling that like corrupt characters exist in this court system, and like Von Karma at one point like gets like a penalty. I don't think was it for false evidence or was it for illegal evidence?
It was. I don't remember exactly. It was about evidence that wasn't submitted correctly. Here's the thing. The thing that frustrates me about that is the series never really establishes what legal evidence is. The series doesn't show...
1.5 tries to do that, but
very poorly.
That's not consistent.
It tries to. It barely does that because it just introduces a law that they then never reference again.
Yeah.
The series does not have a consistent methodology, like a consistent procedure established in the story for what is evidence that is illegible. And to a certain extent, I understand why. It's a detail that you wouldn't want to bother with, because for a lot of parts it would bog the story down. But then you can't come back later and be like, okay, now you presented false evidence. And it's just, no, you need to establish these things.
When Phoenix like does it, like the judge is like super offended, and he's basically just like, turn in your badge.
Maybe I don't know, maybe it's like intentional. Maybe it's like, oh, look at the double standard in law. Prosecutors get so much more slack than defense attorneys. I don't know. I don't think it was that. I don't think it was intended that way. It's just that this brings me back to Of the Devil. Of the Devil has a much more established evidence procedure thing. They have they mentioned it briefly in episode 0. They have what they call discovery law, where if you're an attorney and you're doing your own investigation, everything you find has to be reported to the police immediately. And so when you know, they have that part where Morgan asks her client, how was the room? And so she reconstructs the room in a little doodling, and he asks her, why don't you just update the arc? And she's like, oh, I guess I could do that. But then you realize the reason she didn't do that was because she didn't want the cops to see her hand. And then when they ask her why she didn't update the arc, she's like, oh, I just forgot. And episode 1 will have more elements that remind you of this discovery law. But so because they have this law, discovery law, that clearly establish what counts as evidence or not, you don't have that problem. Ace Attorney doesn't have that.
Yeah.
So then there's the whole part with the artist that was making fake paintings, copies, and the whole wow, I'm losing my mind. There's the framing device in the metaverse, and it's a weird framing device because it's like, oh, we're introducing a jury system. We're trying to introduce a jury system, and so we're gonna show them the investigation, and then they're gonna watch the trial. And I'm like, dude, do you understand the point of a trial? The point of a trial is to present the results of the evidence of the investigation to the jury in a way that is mediated and in theory neutral, kind of. Like, in theory, each party presents their version of the story and their evidence, and then the jury decides who they believe, who they think is guilty, if the defendant is guilty or whatever. So like the whole part where the jury has to watch the investigation doesn't really make sense, because that's what the trial is for.
Man, you're just reminding me of how much I like the jury gameplay mechanic in the Greatest Attorney games.
Yeah, that was good.
And how sad it is that the series ends by being like, there's no jury.
Yeah,
it's like, oh.
I mean, at least I think what happened there is that they didn't have a budget.
Yeah.
So it doesn't feel like they messed up as much as they tried to do the best with what they had.
It's not a mess. It's not a screw up. It's just, it's unfortunate.
But then there's this, the metaverse thing does, there's an element that makes no sense where there's an object from the future part of the investigation that you have to bring back to the past part for some reason, or is it the other way around?
Oh right, you're fucking skipping around in the timeline,
and you have to time travel an item, and like that made no sense. Why did that happen? And then I don't know. I feel like there was an attempt at making Gavin like a mastermind sort of guy. The bad Gavin, the Christoph Gavin. But I feel like the connections between the first case and the fourth case were really tenuous. It just felt like he did two murders that were kind of unrelated. Kind of.
Yeah.
The magician guy was involved, I guess. I don't know. Why did he need to kill the magician guy? And then we saw the devil in his hand. And I haven't even mentioned Apollo's like gimmick, which I don't know, it's not the worst gimmick, but I don't think they used it in a very interesting ways. Oh yeah, there's the journalist guy that's always sweating. I found that guy more annoying than the student who stole a panty. The guy was
the journalist who's always sweating. I'm trying to remember.
Oh boy, he has a weird face. He's creepy. Let me see. Turnabout.
Oh, can you tell me more about his character and his role?
Hold up. I don't remember his name.
What's his role in the story?
He's like a journalist who's investigating the case also, and I don't know, this case is kind of a blur to me, if I'm honest.
A rubber hose cartoon. So he's a cartoon character. I don't remember. Oh wait. Oh, I almost remembered something. Fuck.
I need to like look up. Let me see. I'm just trying to look up his like sprite art. Spark Brushel. That guy. This fucking guy. Just gonna like slot his stupid picture in your chat. Discord.
Wait a minute. Oh my god. Oh.
He writes on his arm constantly.
Yeah, I don't like looking at that.
There's also this case had a whole like weird, bizarre plan. Like Gavin's plan to kill the guy who made him like the fake evidence was to send him a letter with an envelope inside, say, send me this back with the stamp I gave you, because the stamp was poisoned, and so he assumed he would lick the stamp. But then he didn't do that for like 10 years. And then, as a backup, he gave the tiny baby poisoned nail polish, and so she painted her nails with a poisoned nail polish, but then when she got...
She's also a transvian. An autistic transvian.
Yes.
I mean, that...
And then
there's a lot of overlap.
She got anxious on the stand, and she started biting her nails, and that poisoned her. I don't know, both of these just feel a stretch to me. It's just a kind of convoluted that I don't know.
I didn't mind the poison that much. It's just...
It's like, you're not a mastermind. those murders aren't working. It's just, I'm leaving it in the trash. I didn't like this one.
Did he kill the magician specifically just to implicate Phoenix?
I think he really hated Phoenix.
Yeah, he hated Phoenix for a really petty reason, which is that Phoenix was just like, you know,
better lawyer
like
than
he
him.
beat him in poker, and Phoenix was just like, yeah, no, I don't trust you. You got bad vibes. And like this guy was just like, I will commit murder out of my spite for you.
Oh man, it's already 10 and we're not even. We need to pick up the pace. Can I just put all of Dual Destinies in the trash? I don't like this one.
You don't want to talk about it?
This one is like bomb disposal guy. I didn't like this guy. Also, the thing that annoys me with this case is it's the tutorial case. It introduces Athena, who gets to be an attorney for 5 minutes, and then Phoenix shows up and does the whole case himself. And it's like, guys, what are you doing? You have a new character. Let the new character do something. Athena ended up being barely a character in the game that introduced her. It's really frustrating. I don't like Athena's gimmick gameplay wise, but that's for reasons different from the way that she is, her character. What is this music? Oh, is that like the ringtone of a character? Let's skip that. We're at Dual Destinies. Where is Dual Destiny story?
Like the bomb disposal guy wasn't a bad murderer.
I don't care. No, this is not. I don't think this has a. Am I just not? This playlist does not seem to have Dual Destinies in it, music in it. Oh well, no big deal. We'll just have Edgeworth music instead. Right. To be honest, I remember very little about that case. It was not memorable. 5-2, I think 5-2 we both agreed was the best one of the game. It's the one with the yokai.
Yeah.
The yokai and the girl that seems to be possessed, and you're thinking maybe she sleepwalks or something like that. And I assumed,
yeah, that doesn't go anywhere, unfortunately.
That kind of doesn't go anywhere. The way they present it, you'd think it would like she would get accused of the murder at some point, but not really. No, you'd think it would be an important element of the story, but then it isn't. It's about her dad. Her dad was secretly a wrestler. I don't know, it was okay, I guess. I didn't hate it. I didn't think it was all that special. It's funny that the Joker was the fucking culprit. It's funny
the
that
Jonkner and his cosmetic brand, which he doesn't sell.
He just makes for himself.
It's his brand.
It's his brand. He just leaves one in the chamber. The whole thing about like the evil spirit and they did this because they didn't want people to look at it where there's treasure. I don't know. I don't care about that. It's just The Joker was funny, I guess. I don't really remember loving anything in there. Let's move on. 5-3 in the trash. 5-3, I guess, had the joke of Juniper being very big.
Why is she big?
Why is she so big? That's the only positive thing I remember from 5-3. The entire gender thing is just frustrating.
You're forgetting the age thing.
The age thing, yeah, the student that's older. I don't know, that was more compelling, to be honest, but I hated that guy. Like, they both, okay, I get it, they both have secrets. I don't think Robin is handled particularly well. Like, it's just...
I can't believe that, like, they have that concept art where she's like doing that animation but with like a piece of pottery because that's her thing. She's in a pottery club. But they just decided, no, that's not girly enough. They'll have her holding a shoe.
Because women be shopping, am I right?
Women be shopping.
And then, I don't know, the villain of that game is just boring. I get his gimmick. Oh, the ends justify the means, but it's like
means.
It's just. It's also the case that brings up the whole dark age of the law. And it's like I don't think you understand what you're trying to say. Like, what? The court proceedings are a procedure for a reason. And so if you just come in with the very open stance that I'm gonna present forged evidence because the end justifies the mean, it's like, well, why should we let you do law? I don't know. Like his gimmick, I don't think his gimmick worked. I get what they were trying to do, but I don't think it worked. I don't like this case. 5-4? What the fuck was 5-4? Right, 5-4 was... So 5-4 and 5-5 are the same case in two parts, basically. But 5-4 is the first part where Apollo is defending... like the astronaut who is accused of killing Apollo's friend, who exists now, and he was always his friend. Don't worry about it.
And he will have always been his friend in the new backstory that we write for him after this.
Yeah. I don't know. Like the first part of this was, I'm just gonna put it. I don't know. Both of these are just in the trash to me. I don't remember. To be honest, I don't remember anything in there that I liked. The whole setup with the space station is silly. It's just it. I'm repeating myself because a lot of the cases that are written by Takeshi Yamazaki just have this tendency of overcomplicating everything, and I like. Ace Attorney case that have a very simple setup, very simple premise, very simple situation, and it's just trying to figure out how you resolve it. But the Takeshi Yamazaki one feel like they just can't help themselves from like adding details everywhere, adding twists, adding little extra things. And when you do too much of that, you start being way too convoluted in ways that is gonna make the viewer say, "Why didn't just no?" I don't know what I'm trying to express here. I hate the way Blackwell is written. I like Blackwell's design. I like his like samurai look, but the way he's written, they act like he's a master manipulator, like he manipulates your emotions psychologically, and it's just like, no, he's too poorly written for me to buy that. He just tells people how they feel, and then they feel that way, and then Apollo has to be like, no, stop feeling that way. Like, that doesn't work. I don't like Athena's gimmick. Like, that's the problem with the whole game, not just any individual case. It's that she interrogates people and like they give her a testimony, and then she has this machine that detects how they were feeling in the moment that they're describing, not how they're feeling now, because it wouldn't make sense. But if I mean, none of it makes sense. I don't like it, and it's too close to the idea of lie detectors for me, which has always been bullshit. So I cannot condone that. It had this infuriating part in 5-5 where Phoenix reverse engineers in his head a situation that, if it was true, would mean Athena was innocent of murder. Like, he doesn't have proof for that situation. He's just, how is a way that Athena would be innocent with these facts? Well, what if someone else was there that the robot couldn't detect? And it's like, okay, but like, you can't prove that. And then what the game is like, what evidence could help you to prove that? And you have to fucking submit the videotape that they did not rewind. You know, I don't know if this is the worst deduction in the entire series, or if the one with Turnabout Serenade is worse. They're they're on the same level. There's Fulbright. Fulbright is the bad guy. He transforms into when I see Fulbright do his shtick at the end, where he just has a mask of other characters and just constantly changes, I look at that and I was like, this is the animators like flexing, showing how like versatile their 3D model system is. This is what's happening here. And on a certain level, I kind of appreciate it. But boy, the writing did not manage to get there. It's too bad, because I feel like the idea of having a mastermind be the bad guy the whole time for the whole game, that's like an idea that they try a couple times, but it never works. They never make it work. I feel like Fulbright is the closest they had to make it work, because Fulbright is genuinely helpful the whole game. And then so when he does something to betray you, you don't realize it at first because he's just being his usual helpful guy. It's only in hindsight you're like, wait, you give me the evidence that made Athena guilty. But then the writing of the whole game was trash, so, you know, even if conceptually it almost worked, well, it kind of just didn't. Oh boy.
Yeah.
Orca.
DLC.
Orca. You know, in the hindsight, I don't know if Orca was good because it was genuinely good, or if we liked it because it was just such a step up from the rest of the game. I guess I kind of like Orca. Orca had some fun part. I like that the bad guy is a One Piece character.
He is a One Piece character.
I will knock it down because they do that thing again with the videotape. They do it again, but they do it very early, so I kind of just forgot about it later. It's easy to ignore, whereas the videotape in the other one is at the end. Or like close to the end.
Like, oh shit! Who would have figured that?
Yeah.
That there was a murderer on the footage. Like we just had to go back and look at it.
There's two Orcas actually. I guess that's a twist. That's okay. It's a little far-fetched. It really feels like a case where they're like, hey, people like the parrot moment in the first game, right? Let's do that again. Let's do another meme. You can kind of feel that that's what they're trying to do. It works okay, I guess. I feel like I'm being super generous putting it in A.
You should probably put it in B.
I'm putting it in B. 6-1. 6-1 is Jesus Super Metal Star. Superstar. I really like this one. This one's really good.
Start off strong.
Yeah, it's a little odd to me.
Where it's like, hey, this little baby child is guilty of murder. Like, he's guilty. Like, right away, he's guilty. And then it's like, wait, he needs a lawyer. And it's like, oh, we haven't done that rigmarole for years. All right, let's backtrack and prove to this lawyer scumbag that this baby child is a murderer.
I mean, I'm willing to buy the whole like system over there because they're trying to set up a government where the justice is really like one-sided. So I'm like, yeah, this tiny little child killed him. I'm willing to buy it a little more than when they did it with Machitobai.
Yeah.
Because also it's like, oh, he bonked him with something, I think. Like the Vision of the Dead sort of almost implicates him, even if you can like dismantle it pretty quick. But like, really, I love this one just because I think the culprit is incredible. It's just the animation of this guy, the way that his like dialogue noise goes real deep. I think it's probably one of my favorite culprit, and it's wild to me that they have this guy who is incredibly extra in the first case, and you're like, how are they gonna top that? And then they kind of don't. It's like, wow, you really blew your load early.
Load. Also, I just realized that we like one after the other, we had cases where the culprit had like a big personality change that we really liked.
I feel like Dual Destinies is when they start doing the very, very elaborate witness breakdowns. Like, they always had witness breakdowns, but they were pretty simple in the original trilogy. Mainly because 2D sprites mean, you know, you gotta draw a lot of sprites just for one animation. But when you're in 3D, it's a lot easier to do animations for like just a single thing. So they went real crazy with the breakdowns, and that's neat. I enjoy a lot of them. 6-2. I think 6-2 is pretty good. 6-2 is the first time that Trucy Wright gets accused of murder, and it's weird to think she's only gotten accused of murder once. You'd think it would have happened more than once.
Pauline thinks that Trucy Wright should be made to answer for her crime.
I just think it's usually legal assistants get accused of murder more than once. Except Susato. Man, Susato never got accused of murder. That's why she's the best assistant.
That's how good she is.
That's how good she is.
Both as an assistant and at murder. I mean, she doesn't murder anybody, but she probably could.
What are you talking about?
She probably could, and we wouldn't know.
Yeah. She'd just make them disappear. I like the parts where she gets under the stage and she loses all her powers. Oh
yeah, because you know that's where the magicians lose their powers, and then I mean they have like the fake out of who the villain is.
Mm-hmm.
The first time, and then the second time, the villain transforms from a scumbag to a different scumbag.
To an even bigger scumbag. I like how it's such a contrast with the previous case where the culprit transformation goes from like real zen, like I don't know, real zen guy to suddenly he's playing metal. And then this guy, his transformation is he just changes his pose a little bit. He like tips his hat.
Well,
That's it.
he's Pauline, he's a magician.
I guess. It's real funny. I like Bonnie. I think the twist of there's two Bonnies actually is fun, and I like her transformation into a bat. It's a real good use of character design.
That's Betty.
Betty and Bonnie.
Yeah, Bonnie to Bonnie.
Bonnie to Bonnie. Well, they were both pretending to be Bonnie, but only one of them was Bonnie, and the other one was Betty. Six.
And like the I like slash hate the fact that the culprit was just like like he has his breakdown and all that, and so they were just like, was it really worth it to like get revenge on like this teenager who really didn't do anything? And he's like, yes. I got technically I got revenge, so I won. Fuck you, little baby girl.
God, he's such a scumbag. I like how much of a scumbag he is. I think it's enjoyable. I enjoy how much of a scumbag he is. 6-3 was... I don't know. So, we meet Maya again, and Phoenix goes to... Like, Maya has to do a ceremony atop a mountain, and then someone... I'm having trouble remembering what happens in this one.
That was the one where the guy impaled himself.
Yeah, he impaled himself because he needed to protect his wife. He was
who killed a different guy.
Who killed a different guy who was a spy trying to find the revolutionaries.
Yeah, they had an ammo weapons, and they had a weapon cache.
Yeah. I feel like this one was maybe a little convoluted in some parts, but I really enjoy the story that they're building with the revolutionaries, and I love the way it ends where the wife is like, you know what, I'm gonna start a revolution. You know what, this justice system sucks.
And then Dirk is just standing there for a split second, and then he leaves, and it's like, whoa, what? Huh?
Yeah, that was a little weird, but I guess they just wanted to introduce him. I also like that's the thing that they do over the course of the game. But I like that they introduce Dirk as like this menacing figure that like sounds evil, but you realize quickly that this is government propaganda, and actually he's a cool guy. I like that. A lot of the overall arching story of Spirit of Justice, I feel like is like their best attempt at doing an overall arching story in the whole series. There's something that's coherent from start to finish.
Yeah, they're like this justice system is corrupt. You have to find a way to fix it.
Yeah. I don't remember too much details about like the mechanics of that case. I think we got frustrated by it a couple times, but it's just, I don't know, the story around it I think really works for me, so I'm still gonna put it in A. 6-4, trash. I'm sorry. 6-4 has basically nothing to do with the rest of the game. It's just, we need to give Athena something to do. And I want Athena to be a compelling character. I want there to be a girl lawyer. I want them to give girl lawyers stuff to do, but they keep giving them the short end of the stick. And the
if they want to go with like the psychology and emotion thing, like they could do it better. It doesn't have to be trash.
It's just, okay, you know, when we started that case, the thing that I was worried about is, oh, it's a case about Rakugo, and so the translation can't convey everything about it that, like all the play on words or what stuff like that. What I forgot about is that the real reason that case sucks is the multiple personality bullshit. I don't like that. Don't do that.
I mean, it's just uncomfortable.
It's just uncomfortable.
Like, especially if you get into like age regression stuff. It's just like I don't.
No.
It felt, even though it was a fictional character, it felt intrusive. I was just like, I shouldn't be seeing this.
It's played as a punchline. It's a punchline is the thing. Like, they set up this character who has 3 personalities, and they set up the mystery of, oh, there's actually a 4th one, and they hype up the 4th one, and you're expecting like an evil personality that did the moide. And then it turns out it's a little baby child. That's the joke. That's the punchline. But then you actually have to interrogate the little baby, and it's so uncomfortable. It's a bad punchline, and it's uncomfortable the whole time. I don't like it. Trash. Moving on.
There were just like bits and pieces that I thought were funny, like the. I mean, I like the the clown lady.
Yeah, I mean, I like clown titties. That gif of her breakdown is pretty famous now.
Also, Pauline, you look like you want a sword.
I guess I do. I already have a sword.
And there's also like one moment that I really wish. God, I wish there was more writing like that in some of these games. But like where Athena has her brain blast, and she's like piecing together like what was going on, like with the noodles in specific.
Yeah.
And so it was just like, and so it was just like, so wait a minute, the noodles that were actually delivered to him were. And then, like, the wrong option is ramen.
Soba,
and it's
ramen.
like, it's just like, wait, why did I think about ramen? Nobody said anything about ramen.
Oh,
and so
funny.
then, like, later, you, like, have the option as, like, in fact, the noodles that he was making were, and then you can choose ramen again. And it's just like, why do I have ramen on the brain? Stop thinking about ramen!
I mean, yeah, there were a couple moments that were good, that were funny. Clown titties was kind of funny, but I feel like those don't outweigh the fact that...
Absolutely not, no.
6-5. 6-5 is so long, I feel like that's one they should have cut in 2, because the part in Japanifornia where you go to Karain Village to get the orb back, and then you have to argue in court against Phoenix for who gets the orb. That should have been its own case. And then they should have made another case for Maya, or not Maya, Dirk. Dirk getting accused of murder.
Maya Dirk, because as a twist reveal, it's the same person.
I love that reveal, though.
Maya's channeling him.
This is a good reveal, though. I like that. I like that you find out the whole time this dad guy you were having adventures around, that was Maya the whole time. That's fun. I think it's fun.
And like, you do have to have like that character moment where like Apollo is just like, he's just, you know, he's presenting like his own case, and he's just like, this would only make sense if Dad's dead. And so he's like, I think Dad's dead. And then they like prove it, and they're just like, yeah, you're right, your dad's dead. He's like, No.
I mean, you know, of all the backstories that they made up for Apollo, I feel like that's the one that works the best. I like that one. I like the villain of that case, like the queen. I think the queen is a real fun villain to go against. A real fun prosecutor. I love her transformation. She's so she reminds me of a Final Fantasy villain. Like she just looks like Ultimisia's sister or something. I think it's I love the twist at the end where you realize, wait, she wants the orb because she can't spirit channel.
So she doesn't have a claim to the throne.
Yeah.
And so this whole thing is bogus, and nobody should be following her.
It's not. You know, it's kind of catching someone on a technical legality of like how their bad monarchy works. But I find that still more satisfying than just telling Queen Victoria that this guy is bad. You know, in terms of like taking down a bad guy. And there was the revolution. There was this whole revolution brewing. In terms of, I don't know, I think like Spirit of Justice, there's a lot of things that were good. Single issue revolution. And then DLC, I want to put that one in C.
Well,
DLC, time travel. Time travel on the dirigible. The wedding got repeated twice.
Right. Right. There were a lot of things that befuddled me there.
And then it turned out Sephiroth did it. That one just okay.
Why did any of that happen?
The thing that gets me is I had a twist. I did used to twist in my head that wasn't where the game was going, and my twist was better. But my twist would have made things gay, so I guess it couldn't happen.
No.
You know, because the guy has no memory, the groom. His long-term memory's shot, so whenever he goes to sleep, he forgets everything. And he writes everything in a notebook. So the notebook is effectively his memory. And so someone could modify his memory by modifying the notebook. There was a thing about that at some point. And I don't know, that's just it's a high concept science fiction idea that I don't think works here.
I like the idea that that was a sister. I mean, it would be repeating a twist, sort of, except that it would be gay.
I mean, I don't mind. I don't know. I think they kept mentioning the sister like she was gonna be relevant, and it just turned out like the culprit liked her, but she did die. Good night, Bahamut. We're probably, I mean, we still have the Great Ace Attorney, but we're gonna try to wrap this up soon.
Mm.
I don't know, I just like it. To me, it made sense to have a journal shared between two people if they were trying to hide that one of them was alive. Because that makes sense. It makes more sense than one person who can't remember anything and has to use a journal. I don't know. It wasn't like the worst, but didn't care for it.
Yeah.
This one. First trial in The Great Ace Attorney.
It was it was pretty okay.
It was okay. I feel like it went on too long. there's the I feel like when you prove how she used the poison is when the case should have ended. Because the whole thing with the plate and the Koban, I'm just like, whatever. I don't know, it just feels like padding. Or if you're gonna do that, it should have been before you prove how the poison was. As soon as you get the poison, that's it, you caught her. It doesn't... I don't know. The culprit was memorable, I guess. The whole, I don't know, there's something about the setup just makes me bored about it. Like something about like, oh, she poisoned him, but then she shot him and then tossed a different gun on the floor, and Naruhodo picks up the gun.
Well, you gotta.
It's just something about that setup that just stretches my disbelief. Suspension of disbelief. I'm like, no, that's too silly. I don't buy it. Like, when someone gets shot, everyone should look in the direction of the shot. The situation that they describe implies it took like a few seconds for everyone to like turn and look at what happened. Like, it's an involuntary reflex. You hear a loud bang, you look at where it came from. It's I think she threw the gun first so that he would pick it up and then shot him. I don't know. I still don't like it. I don't care for it. 2 goes... I kind of like that 2 introduces Herlock Sholmes and his gimmick. But then there's the whole thing with the ballerina. We traumatized this ballerina, and now she thinks she murdered someone, but then later we retconned it so that she didn't murder someone. And the mystery wasn't really that interesting. Also, there's just something about the setup. I'm saying that a lot. Just the fact that the case, it's the second case of the game. It starts with your mentor kind of being dead and you being accused of murder. I'm like, why are we doing this again? And also there's like the victim tried to write something in blood, except not really. It's just like, okay, you're just doing every cliche and I'm annoyed about that. That annoys me. I don't like it. We do get to see Susato throw you down. At the same time,
it also had the shackle visual joke.
I'm gonna put it in C because at the same time, I'm looking at these other cases. I don't think it's nearly as bad as these. It's just kind of bad, but it's not like truly horrendous.
I wouldn't put it in the trash. I would just say like this. It's not for the game that it's in. It's not like very good.
No. Okay, so Irish Devil, top tier.
And just look how happy he is.
Top tier.
And yeah, like I just can't get over that where like the villain. Well, first of all, you actually are representing the villain. Like you are being made to work for a bad guy.
Yeah.
And just the fact that he like gets to revel in like how corrupt he is at the end. He's just like
I really enjoy this case. Now, I've said it before, I feel like the position of this case in the overall story is misplaced because telling Naruhodo this is going to be your first case as you get in here and you're going home if you lose this. I don't like that. I think it would be more compelling if Naruhodo had to accept this guy as a client and then learn the hard way that he helped a scumbag and feel conflicted about that. And I think it would work better if it was after the Natsume case. As a character arc, you'd have, if his first case in Great Britain was to defend Natsume, he'd be like, I'm defending a fellow Japanese man from these racist accusations, and then he establishes himself in the country, accepts a new client who is this rich guy who looks a little weird, but hey, you know, it's a client, and then he realizes he's a scumbag and he starts doubting his own abilities. And then fifth case would be he defends Gina, whom he knows is a thief. So he would feel conflicted, but then would have to work himself towards trusting her. I feel like that would make a better character arc than what we got. But if we just take the case on its own, I think
just in terms of chronology, it makes sense that like one case would follow the other.
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind that there's like a huge gap between the Irish Devil and Gina's case, but it...
You keep calling like it's a derogatory term.
McGilded. His name is McGilded.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. You're the one who called him that.
I didn't start calling him Irish Devil. You did.
No, you did. You did. You did that
No,
first.
you did that.
I did no such thing.
Check the tapes.
Okay, well, I have the tapes and they're all on YouTube.
Damn it.
I'm sorry. Maybe someday I'll take the time. But yeah, anyway, regardless of everything I say, I think like on its own, if you just separate it from the arc, the overall story, I think it's really good. It introduces the jury system. It's instantly you understand how that works, and it's great to see like so many different character designs at the same time, and they're all really colorful, and I love them.
And you have to play them off each other. I mean, that's the whole gameplay mechanic, but like
Yeah.
you actually get to see these character interactions.
Natsume was really good too. I really like this one. I think, I don't know.
I know that we talk a lot about you know, reusing character models and whatnot, but
Yeah.
they really went a long way on this person who actually existed.
What? A person who actually existed?
Soseki Natsume was a real guy.
Right. Yeah. He was. No, yeah. I mean, I love that. I love how they just recreated the pose that he's famous for, like the famous picture of him. That's really funny to me. I should read his novels. I should look. I should look if they're at the library.
Ooh.
Hold up. I'm just doing this now. I am a cat. Let's see. Let me connect to my account, library account. Oops. No, not that. Soseki Natsume's I Am a Cat. Available. Is it available at my local library? Oh yeah, apparently. I could pick it up tomorrow.
Oh.
No, never mind. The research got confused. That's not the correct book. Okay, hold up. This one specifically, is that one? Okay, no, that one is not at my library. I need to reserve it so that it gets delivered there, which I do now. I'm doing that now.
You're doing it.
I'm doing it. Wait, what is this? Oh, is this like... Okay, hold up. Oh, this isn't the book. This is a manga adaptation of it.
Ooh, that sounds interesting too, though.
That might also be interesting. What if I search by author? Collected haikus of Soseki Natsume. I don't think that's quite what I'm looking for. Voyage. Oh, they have a bunch of them, but they're in French, which I suppose I could read. They have Kokoro.
I mean, you're already getting them translated.
I guess. That's true. I could just read it in French. Oh, that's weird. I don't think they have... Oh, wait. No, okay. Okay, they have it in French. Je suis un chat. Translated from the Japanese. Okay. Maybe I'll reserve that too. There we go. Anyway, let's
Victory!
just get back to Ace Attorney.
You did it!
Was I... yeah, that one's good. I like... At the end... where, you know, the judge says, we're sorry that we accused you of murder. And, you know, Soseki Natsume responds, you know, I don't feel good about it either because I saw a woman collapse. And instead of trying to help her, I just ran away. And I think just this little moment is really good. Because yes, Natsume was a victim of racism, but it also shows that racism hurts people the other way. If you marginalize a population, that population will never want to get involved in, like, helping other people. I don't know, I just thought that was a real good moment. I like the completely improbable situation that led to the knife falling. I like the design of the couple, the Garrisons. Garrideb is their name. It was the sun and the moon.
For a second, I thought that you were talking about the Bobby and his...
I like the Bobby too, actually. I like that the Bobby's motivation was like, I just want to have an evening with my wife. I'm just gonna move this...
They're like you did a corruption, and he was like, I just wanted to go home.
Maybe,
but my job is hard and thankless, and I just wanted to spend time with my wife.
I do wish, like, the story would be just maybe nudge a little more towards, hey, maybe we should have better working conditions. Maybe it's not his fault specifically. I do kind of enjoy the weird, kind of unintentional theme of no one can tell when someone's dead.
Wait, no one can tell what?
When someone's dead. Or not dead.
Oh, right, yeah. I love, like, the corruption specifically takes the form of him moving the body. Like, he moves the body
to
the other side of the street, so it's not on his beat. And so, like, she's still alive, so that means that she's, like, her head is thunking on, like, every cobblestone. And she already has, like, a stab wound in her back, and she's like,
and it's cold! It's cold! Honestly, I'm surprised she's alive. Case 5. I think it's really good. I think Gina's case... I like Gina. I think Gina's a cool character.
Gina is a cool character.
I like the Mario Brothers. I mean...
Oh, it turns out that he really was the third Skulkin.
Oh boy. No, I like the beginning wherein you're in the pawn shop and the Eggs Benedict guy shows up and tries to get in. Herlock Sholm is like, well, I have a deduction. Also, I have a bar of caramel. I'm gonna make an imprint of this disc. I really...
I knew my habit would come in handy one day.
My favorite thing about this case, though, is the thing that they do with Gregson during the trial, where Gregson and the culprit, or they make a deal, and you see them, like, whisper to each other at some point, and you're like, hey, what are you doing? Hey, don't worry about it. And then Gregson, at some point, it's really subtle, because at some point, you mention the music disc, and that's more or less just after that Gregson starts attacking one of the Skulkins to hide the music disc in his pocket, because he realized, oh, the defense is gonna try to get this. And then you try to prove that they made a deal, and you try to find the music disc, and you have to remember what Gregson was doing. It's tricky. I feel like it's one of the hardest deductions in the series that makes sense, because there's hard deductions that don't make sense. It's one of the hardest deductions to make in the series, because you have to remember stuff that was happening in the trial in very subtle ways. But I really like it. I think they did a pretty good job. And I like how Naruhodo at the end is just, let's play the second music disc. I don't care if I make an enemy of the British Empire. I want to save this poor child.
That's right.
And then, I mean, I love Van Zieks. I can't, Van Zieks is a vampire. I can't not love him. It's impossible.
He's this weird, like weird class conscious racist.
He's a man multitude.
The fact that he's like, I love how the concept artist like talks about this, where it's just like I was thinking about like a Grim Reaper theme. I thought that would be too blunt, so I decided to draw inspiration from vampires. And it's like, you don't say.
By vampires, you mean Dracula from Castlevania. Like, you just mean Dracula from Castlevania. This is Dracula from Castlevania. You just looked at him and you drew him. Like, there's many different representations of Dracula. The one you drew is the one from Castlevania.
You know what's funny is that he always says, like, forgive me for, like, pouring out my hollow chalice. Forgive me for breaking my hollow chalice.
Forgive the discourtesy.
Forgive me the discourtesy of, like, throwing away the wine bottle and whatnot. At no point does he apologize for thudding his boot onto the stand.
I think he does it the first time he kicks the stand.
I don't know if he does.
I think the first time he kicks the stand, I think he apologizes for... He doesn't say his boot, like, he apologizes for it. But it's only the first time he does it. I'm gonna have to find the clip of it. But I do think he apologizes for it the first. But yeah, it's fun. He's fun. I like him. I like this case. Really, that case for me is the highlight of the Great Ace Attorney. It's kind of downhill from there. Fortunately. This one, I feel conflicted because I don't think the case was very good. But you get to play as Susato. And really,
she's defending her girlfriend.
And really, like, the gay scenario of it is the main reason why I think that case has to get elevated to A.
That's right.
But, like, the deductions and the setup is just kind of dumb. It's just kind of dumb. This journalist guy just bewilders me. He steals a poison and then writes an article about how the poison was stolen.
And then, like, the guy in charge of the poison lab reads the article and he's like, "Wait, what?
The poison was stolen."
It's like, guys, did we lose the poison?" And that's like the first time anyone's heard about it.
It's like, why did you reveal the crime you did in the newspaper? This guy's so dumb. Yeah, I'm still gonna put it in A because I kind of enjoy how stupid that guy is.
and then his motivation, I like his motivation, if I'm honest. it's just like,
This English
I asked
lady
her,
is
like,
racist.
"Hey, what, you know, why'd you do this thing?" And she's just like, "I don't have to explain anything to you."
I'm racist.
I am incredibly racist, and your justice system is shit, and I'm gonna get away scot-free. And he's just like, "I don't like you."
I don't like this lady. She's racist.
I think she should die.
Really, his mistake was trying to pin the murder on someone else.
Yeah.
Who didn't do it? Who clearly didn't do it?
Yeah, that was mean.
bad. It was bad. I don't know. I enjoy playing as Susato, and I enjoy that she's a girlfriend. Tutu was Shamspear. I don't know how I feel about this one. I feel like it's a bit weird that we just had this case that Natsume was involved in, but we didn't mention it. Again, like, Natsume just gets accused of murder the second time in 2 days, in a week. Like, why?
Apparently.
I feel like it's one of the first times that you can tell that their budget was getting tight, because I guess we gotta reuse characters now. And the whole setup in the grand narrative was, we couldn't tell you about this before because it was related to the professor case. Like, it really wasn't. The only link was that the treasure was the collar for the dog. And it feels like a really flimsy connection. Like, you could just not have done that. It wouldn't have changed anything about the case. It just seems... Aside from that, I mean, I don't know. I kind of like the case. It's got the Bumblebee man.
He's a Muppet. He's a Muppet gas man in the shape of a bumblebee.
Muppet gas man. I like the... I know you found ways where that doesn't make sense with the weight of the coins, but I still like the guy making ice coins to pay for his heating, and they don't know how he's doing it, and they're looking at the device, like, they take it off and they're like, "There's nothing wrong with it," and you just look under it, there's literally a hole. There's a hole right there.
It's like there's a big fucking hole in it.
It's just
they're like, "What?"
Didn't notice. I can't notice anything. I know. Shamspear just kind of pisses me off. I don't like him. But
I mean, I feel like you're not supposed to.
You're not supposed to, but I like him. I like that this case continues the theme of no one can tell when someone's dead or not. Turned out he wasn't dead.
I also like the dual wielding teacups. It's not what it is, but it looks like that's what it should be.
Yeah. I like Olive. I feel like Olive was a really cool character.
She deserves better in her life.
Yeah, she does, but she's a tragic character, but I feel like it works.
Mm.
In a weird way. I don't know. She tried to kill this asshole, but at the end of the day, you're like, yeah, he kind of deserved it. I get it. And she doesn't have a breakdown for trying to kill him, because she's not really the bad guy. He's the Shamspear's the bad guy.
I mean, it's not just that he's the bad guy. It's like she knows what she did. She's, and while she is still like obstinate, in her own defense, she's just like, I'm not going down that easy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like that she's an artist.
Yeah.
I like that she's big. I feel like there's the real problem with the body diversity in all of fiction.
Yeah, she the body type is yeah.
She's got a different body type, and I don't think they ever make fun of her for it. I'm trying to remember. I'm trying to remember if they ever make a joke.
There's the mannequin that's in her shape.
What do you mean?
Like the art mannequin on her desk, and they remark on the shape.
I don't remember this.
Really?
Was the mannequin really okay? Well, I'll have to check.
It's one of those little like art mannequins.
I know.
But
I remember.
Like,
I don't remember it being a joke at her expense.
I don't know if it was a joke so much as it would have to be a joke, though, wouldn't it? Because otherwise, why would you call attention to it?
I'll have to check the tapes. I know. Other than that, I thought it would work pretty well. Great Ace Attorney 2-3 is Hairbrain. Instantaneous Kinesis. This one's pretty good. I think this one's really good. I love the idea that Van Zieks just loves this twink.
And he doesn't know why himself. He's just like, what? Why is this my type?
I just like twinks, I guess. No, I love the part with like the gravity device, quote unquote. That part's real good to me.
The gravity device is good.
Like you find
it's
this
just
room...
like I assumed that you would see the bomb and run away.
But then you didn't. That part was really funny. That part was real good. I really like the deduction at the end where, you know, you thought the guy was dead because he was dropped by the trap, and so Drebber would be the murderer, but then it turns out he wasn't quite dead, and when Dr. Scythe was going to like move his body to disguise the scene, she was like, oh, he's alive. Well, you know what? I'm already here. Let me might as well kill it. I just think that was a cool twist.
I forget what her motive was. I remember she had a motive.
Her motive is he was also blackmailing her for something.
Right, with the 500 scalpels a month.
I mean, she wasn't actually buying 500
no,
scalpels.
that was the cover for where the money was going.
Yeah, that was the cover for the money.
I do still find the idea funny, though.
It is funny.
Especially in light of her daughter's passion for her work.
Yeah.
Where I could see the bird mask going through 500 scalpels a month.
I really like the Madame Two-Spells. It's a weird thing because the whole waxwork element of it feels like... I mean, it's setting up the case afterwards. And so on its own, it feels weird. But I still like it. Man, I love that Madame Two-Spells, the character designer, was just like, I want to draw a witch today. Like just a stereotypical like regular ass witch with a witch hat with a cauldron. I just want to draw a goddamn witch, and I'm gonna draw a witch today. Like that's good. I like that. It's fun. I'm a little sad she didn't come back afterwards. The idea that she tried to make a mold of this guy's face, and oh, it's weird, his face is not rigor mortis yet, it's limp, he must have died recently, and the guy was actually just alive the whole time. Like, you wouldn't know, from this case, you would not know, because you only find that the specific circumstances afterwards. So it doesn't, it's not an issue in 2.3 specifically. It only becomes an issue in 2.4 and 2.5 when they start trying to explain what happened with him. Speaking of 2.4 and 2.5, they're both in C. I think.
Yeah.
I don't think they're truly trash, because there's still like moments that I enjoy about them that are fun, even if they're fun in a stupid way. I don't remember if they had any deductions I thought were completely incoherent. I don't think so. I know I was tired at some points and I looked up answers, but I don't think that they were always like, oh, I just didn't pay attention. Male Strongheart's plan is just nonsense. I'm gonna do an assassin exchange.
I'm good. The assassin exchange. I'm gonna have this big conspiracy so that I get all this power, but I have to make sure to cover my tracks, so I need another conspiracy to murder this previous conspiracy.
The thing that gets me really is that why are you, first of all, why are you killing Gregson? He's your biggest ally. He's literally the guy who does everything you ask him to, and he's never betrayed you. Why are you killing Gregson?
Pauline, he knows too much.
And then, why are you telling, like, Gregson was trying to kill Jigoku because Jigoku had been, guilty. That doesn't even make sense. Like, I guess because Jigoku knows too much. Jigoku in the past, was found guilty of breaking the witness stand.
And for... Where did we get the idea that he insulted the crown?
Well, because he tried to defend Genshin Impact. Sorry, Genshin Asogi. And he complained that the justice system was trash and unfair, and also broke the witness stand, and that's why he was found in contempt of court. Like, so the Reaper's whole gimmick is that he kills people that Van Zieks tried to prosecute but ended up being found innocent, because presumably they were found innocent with corruption. So the Reaper's gimmick is I'm gonna vigilante these guys who escaped justice. But like, Jigoku was found guilty of contempt in court. Like, it's just, he wasn't executed because that's not an offense strong enough to execute. So like, why do you put on the list of people to kill? He was found.
No, it's because he knew about the whole professor thing.
Yeah, but
like he was there. Mel
Strongheart, he's your ally in Japan. That's how you get Japan to do stuff, is because this guy's working for you. Why are you killing all your allies?
I know too much.
I don't know if I enjoyed the Red-Headed League stuff. Did I enjoy that? Or did I not? I liked the part with the three merchants, the three gossip, fireworks lady. I forget her name.
Uh,
Vixen something.
no, Venus.
Venus. And then Beppo's back.
Excuse you, his name is Sandwich.
His name is Beppo.
Or, by his own definition, he's the philosopher.
No, we just call you Sandwich. I like that part. So it's that's why, like, really 2-4. I think because 2-4 is mostly the stuff around the Red-Headed League, and I think 2-4 in itself might be better than 2-5, even though it's like the same case in 2 parts.
Yeah.
And I think the game should have not done that. In a way, 2-4...
Figuring out that he's daily vigil.
Figuring out that he's daily vigil, I think that was okay. Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna put 2-4 in A. I talked myself into it. It's really when you get to the second part of that case that it falls apart, which is 2-5. Lord Mel Strongheart's plan just doesn't make sense. And it's... you can really feel the budget running out with the fact that there's just no... There's no jury, and I mean, they could have reused previous jury members, but I guess they just didn't want to. It was still...
And then there's a hologram.
It was still more work to, like, script all of these characters, probably, than it would have been to not. And then there's a hologram.
At the point where there was a hologram, I'm just like, alright, we're spiraling out of control here.
Oh, yeah, no, totally. I just... It's... If we compare... Like, comparing the end of the first game and the end of the second game, it's like, the end of the first game, you're really getting Gregson and the culprit with a clever trick. You're like, you're figuring out their little conspiracy between them and getting them with a clever trick, and I don't know, I mean, personally, I felt clever when I figured out what they were doing. I didn't feel particularly clever when, at the end of 2-5, it was like, oh, the will was in the sword the whole time, but you couldn't find it because you weren't allowed to examine it that much.
But you gotta solve the riddle.
And then you just call Herlock Sholmes and he just solves every problem. And then... And then Tiny Baby's dad was actually Van Zeke's brother. Her mom died of anime disease. They could have just made it so Susato's dad was also Iris's dad.
I could have done that.
Could have just done that. Could have just done that. I don't know. It's just, it's level of, That's all of them. That's it. That's the whole Ace Attorney series. I gotta say, I was worried it was leaning a little too much in the bottom row, but I don't know. I feel like on a different day, a lot of these would, like, move up and down. Like, sometimes you just think about this and it's really just a mood thing.
Did you think that 3-5 was better, like, before you replayed on stream?
I did think it was better. I still think 3-5, I kind of want to put it here above, just because I think the first day is pretty good.
Yeah.
Like, it's not, when I look at the other ones around it, I'm like, it's not as bad as some of the Edgeworth cases. Like, the ending spoils it. I agree. The ending is very frustrating and spoils it. But I'm someone who tries to see the big picture and look at the journey more than the destination. And the journey of 3-5 is, there's still some good moments in it. What do we have?
Yeah, like I personally like can't really rank it too highly just because of like I don't know, I didn't like I just didn't feel good about it, you know.
No, I understand. For
But
good
I
reasons.
can also understand like a lot of the stuff that like worked about it.
I just,
Even
it's one
if
of those cases that's
the way that
frustrating.
it was tied up didn't work.
It's frustrating because I really want it to work. I love the idea behind it, but the conclusion just falls apart. This tier list, I'm gonna put this tier list. I mean, I'm just gonna put the video on YouTube probably, but like every once in a while, you know, assuming people even find this, they're gonna see this tier list and it's like, these people are ridiculous. 3-5 and B? Preposterous. It's just my shitty opinion, dude. You don't have to care. It's fine. It's fine. You don't have to care. Onion.
Why aren't they fighting these enemies with fire magic? Don't they know these enemies are weak against fire magic? What are they doing? Just don't watch it. No!
I mean, that's me. That's me when I watch streamers and they play Final Fantasy VII Remake and Rebirth. And I'm like, you're playing the game wrong! I'm really good at the game, so yeah, I'll just do that. Yeah.
You also really like the game.
I'm really good at the game and I really like it, which is a good combo. You don't want to be really good at a game you hate. Hey, Elizabeth.
What's going on with that? Well,
what's
going on with that music? I don't remember.
It's the music of the holodeck. K Faraday's holodeck.
Oh, that's the Little Thief?
Yeah.
I guess so, yeah.
it's I'm telling you, it is. Just looking at these, it does. I understand why people put 1-1 much below, because there's like when you compare with other cases that are really good, like what do you mean 1-1 is an A? It's a nothing case. Like I get what you're saying, but I'm rating it because of its place in the series as like simple introduction. I will stand by that decision. I feel pretty good about this list. I don't know. What about you? I feel also like we placed. I don't think any single like Edgeworth case got above B. Yeah. That would make some people mad. I don't know why
if they got above B or that they got above B.
No.
or sorry, that they got to B.
There's a huge fandom for the second Edgeworth game for some reason.
Right.
They love it. I don't know why. I really feel like there was a point where we hadn't gotten an Ace Attorney game in years. So when there was a fan translation of that game that came out, a lot of people were just like, finally, something new. And I feel like that colored the opinion of a lot of people. They were just glad to have some Ace Attorney stuff. I mean, I don't know. I played it around that time and I didn't like it. And maybe I'm just saying I'm a better judge.
But you don't even have a beard.
I just don't get, like, I understand the appeal of some of the cases and some of the character interactions, but those games are just the way they're written is so long, so padded. Every conversation feels padded, like even more than some of the later games, like Spirit of Justice and The Greatest Attorney also have really, really long cases, but I don't feel like they're as padded. The conversations, the dialogue doesn't feel elongated for no reason. It just feels like there's a lot to do, a lot of things going on. I don't know.
Elongated.
Yeah. Well, it's getting late, I think.
He.
We should probably stop. That's my tier list. That's where I stand. And if you don't like it, you can make your own and not bother me. Good night.
Good night. Bye-bye.
And Thursday, if everything goes right, we're starting episode 1 of The Devil.
Whoa.
Episode 1 of The Devil. Of The Devil.
Episode 1 of The Devil.
Episode of The Devil 1. Of the devil. Yeah. Goodbye. Goodbye.
Well, goodbye.